A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
Well, Jane Ace was invited to make a fourth at bridge yesterday afternoon at the gorgeous home of Mr. and Mrs. Marsh. She was quite impressed by the display of wealth and by Mrs. Marsh's French maid, Nanette. Losing no time, Jane has changed her maid Laura's name to Laurette and has Laura saying a few French things. This episode is in two scenes, the Aces' bungalow and then to the home of the Marshes. But first to the Aces, where we find Jane and Laura in the living room. Listen.
Now, tonight, Laurette, Mr. Ace and I are going to visit Mr. and Mrs. Marsh, and then I'm going to recuperate and have them over here. Now, it all depends on you when I can invite them over.
On me?
Yes, on you. It all depends on how fast you can learn these things I showed you.
Well, I'm trying, ma'am.
Not ma'am.
Madam.
Can't you say madame with the accident on madame, not madam like you say it?
Madame?
Yes, that's the way. Now, just keep practicing it. Have you got that list of everything I wrote down for you?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Laurette, not yes, ma'am.
But I have got it, ma'am. Here it is.
I know you've got it, but when I ask you something that you have to say yes to, you say oui, madame.
Oh, yes. Oui, madame.
That's the way. Only remember it. Now, you must remember to do your homework tonight. Just keep practicing at home. Just say it over and over until it comes natural.
Well, I don't know if it'll ever come natural. You see, ma'am, I'm more Irish and a little bit of Scotch more than French.
Oh, what difference does that make? I can't have Scotch, can I?
No, ma'am. But it would be nice.
Not no, ma'am.
Well, I can't say oui, ma'am, because that means yes, ma'am.
Oh, yes. No, ma'am. What's no, I wonder?
I don't know, ma'am. You see, this is the first time I ever tried to talk French. You see, I'm more Irish and a little bit of Scotch, ma'am.
Well, when I'm over there tonight, I'll ask Ma'am Met. That's their maid. I'll ask her something. The answer is no, and I'll hear what she says.
Yes, ma'am. That would be nice.
Goodness, you can't go around saying oui, madame to everything.
No, ma'am.
And you better just keep saying madame instead of ma'am.
Oui, madame.
That's better. Now, what's the other one I told you?
Mercy, madame?
That's it.
Mercy, madame.
Yes, but it's not exactly mercy. It's mercy, all right, but that sounds like mercy. You know, have mercy, the way you say it. You didn't say it just like that.
Well, I didn't hear her say it, ma'am, so I couldn't tell you if that was right or not.
Oh, if there was some way you could listen to Nanette. I wonder if... You don't happen to know her, do you?
Oh, no, ma'am. I don't go around here very much, just to the stores and back again.
Well, I thought maybe you could have seen her. After all, they only live around the corner here.
Oh, no, ma'am. I never saw
Not ma'am. Say madame.
Oui, madame.
That's it. And, stand up straight, Laura. Laurette. You don't stand right. You ought to see Nanette. She's so neat. And look at your cap. Can't you put it over on the side just a little?
On the side?
Well, it's the way it's sitting up wrong straight on your head. No, not that much. Now, wait a minute.
I always wear it like this.
I know, but it doesn't look neat. Now, just hold still. Bend down a little so I can fix it.
But you told me to stand up straight, madame.
Well, just for a second. I can't reach you. There. Now, let me see. That's better, I guess. It still doesn't look like Nanette.
Well, I never saw her, ma'am.
And those shoes, Laura, do you have to wear low heels like that?
Oh, yes, ma'am. You see, I'm on my feet so much all day, ma'am.
Yes, I know, but you don't have to wear such a large size, do you?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
You aren't a mess, Laurette. Well, maybe after I see Nanette again tonight, I can get some ideas.
Okay, I'm ready for the slaughter, Jane.
What?
Let's go and get this over with.
Oh, I'm all right. I'm ready. Get your scarf, dear.
Oh, I can't find it. Laura, did you see that blue scarf of mine?
Oui, madame.
What?
Yes, sir. I guess he doesn't understand it, ma'am. Yes, sir.
Doesn't understand it.
She's talking French, dear.
But not madame to me. It's monsieur. Oui, monsieur.
Now, dear, don't start mixing her up.
Mixing her up.
She's having a hard enough time learning what I told her. Now, don't tease her.
But I'm not teasing her.
Laurette, go and get Miss Grace's scarf.
Oui, madame.
Mercy.
Oh, heaven have mercy.
Hurry, Laurette. We're late.
Oui, madame.
Well, I wish this evening were over.
Oh, now, don't start talking like that. I wish you could learn a little something from Mr. Marsh.
As for instance.
Well, how nice he is, and how he bows and shakes hands, and... Oh, he does everything so nice. He calls her dear, and he called us dear. Not like you.
Now, look, Jane, if you're taking me over to the Marshes to learn how
No, I'm taking you over because we ought to meet more people. And wait till you see their home. That's what I want you to see. I wish you could have been there with me yesterday. She showed me every room, upstairs and down. It's the last world.
I take your word for it.
But I want you to see it.
I thought we were going over there to play bridge.
We are, but before we play, you can see it.
And speaking of playing bridge, my dear...
Well, that sounds more like Mr. Marsh.
Yeah. Speaking of playing bridge, dear, I suppose you remember at least the fundamentals of the game?
Beg pardon?
Well, I don't want to be embarrassed any more than I have to. Would you mind trying to keep your mind on the game more than on the home?
Well, when we start playing, I will. Yesterday afternoon when I went over there was the first time I played in a doomsday, and I thought maybe I'd forgotten all I ever knew. But the minute we started to play, it all came back to me like a flash in the pan.
Oh, it did.
Oh, yes. You deal to your left, and each gets 13 cards. It just comes out even, unless you make a mistake in dealing. I made 4 or 5 mistakes, but we found the cards. They were kind of sticky, I guess.
Well, if the only mistakes you make are in dealing, I won't mind.
Well, don't you worry about me. I'll play as good as I usually do.
Yes, that's what I mean. It's been a long time since we played.
Well, they play about the same as we used to. At first, I thought I was going to be a little mixed up when they started asking each other questions.
Questions? What kind of questions
Oh,
are they?
Mrs. Morris said to me, do you play the strong no trump? Well, I looked at her a ghost. I mean, asking me in front of those other women. I mean, I wouldn't mind telling her how I play, but this sounded like it was having signals. But the others didn't seem to mind. But before I could answer, this other woman, Mrs. Benton it was, she says, I don't like the strong no trump, do you? Well, I didn't like the whole thing, but I just sort of laughed. I was embarrassed. Wouldn't you be? Dear.
Maybe we better call up and say I've got a bad cold.
Call up and I should say not.
You were embarrassed when she asked you if you played the strong no trump.
Well, do you think that's fair? It's all right if I ask you at home before we get there, but I mean in front of them I wouldn't. Do you play the strong no trump, dear?
I play the loud no trump when I've got a good hand.
The loud no trump, all right.
Yeah, and the soft no trump denial.
The soft no trump denial.
Is that all right with you?
Oh, it's immature to me. I don't care which way you want to play.
It is, sir. It was on a chair in your room.
Oh, thanks, Laura.
Thanks, Laurette. Come on, dear, we're late. I told her we'd be there by 8:30.
Well, it'll only take a minute to walk around.
Bonjour, madame. Monsieur?
It's French, dear. Is Mrs. Marsh home?
Oui, madame. She's expecting you. Will you come in, please? Oh, may I take your cloak?
Oh, thank you, Nanette.
Yes. Monsieur?
Yes, thanks.
Isn't it beautiful? Wait till you see the rest of it.
Yes, Jane.
Will you kindly come this way, s'il vous plaît? Madame is in the library with Monsieur Marsh.
Oh, they're in the library. Wait till you see it, dear.
All right, Jane.
That's the staircase I was telling you about.
Par ici, s'il vous plaît. Oh, there you are, my dear.
Oh, hello, Mrs. Marsh.
And how are you this evening?
Oh, just fine. Oh, this is Miss Race, Mrs. Marsh, my husband.
How do you do, Mr. Ray?
How do you do?
You remember Mr. Marsh, don't you, my dear?
Oh, yes. Hello, Mr. Marsh. Good evening.
Of course, she remembers me. Glad to see you again.
All
How
right.
do you do, Mr. Morris?
Well, I think I've seen you around this neighborhood, Miss Ray.
Yes, I think I've noticed you, too. How are you, sir?
Fine, thank you. Oh, sit down, sit down.
Yes, do sit down.
You know, I think this is my favorite room of all in the house, Mrs. Marsh.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Mine, too.
Mrs. Ace has been telling me about your place. I never heard such raving.
Oh, I just can't wait till he sees it.
Glad to show you through, old man.
Oh,
Yes, we're rather proud of our home. We never go out at all anymore.
Well, I don't blame you. Isn't it gorgeous, dear?
Yes, it is. What I've seen of it, it certainly is.
Oh, come along and look at the rest of it. I'll have Nanette put up the bridge table in here and get everything ready for our game.
Yes, while we're looking around. I think you'll find some interesting things about the old place, Miss Ray.
Well, I'm sure I
Oh,
will.
Nanette. Oui, madame. Set up the bridge table, will you please? And I think we'll use those comfortable chairs.
Bien, madame. Come along, Mrs. Ace. Is it all right if I just sit right here? You take Mr. Ace. I want you to show him the house.
Well, I hate to leave you here alone.
Well, I suppose I stay to keep this charming little lady company.
Oh, Mr. Marsh.
Rather than sitting around here by your lonesome.
Oh, I won't be lonesome, honestly. You go ahead and show Mr. Ace the house. This is my favorite room. I just can't get enough of it.
Well, if you're sure, my dear.
Oh, yes.
Well, we won't be too long, Mrs. A.
Well, it's nice of you to bother us.
Oh, I want to show you a billiard room. I just had filled upstairs.
Well, that sounds
Nanette. Oui, madame. Oui, madame, that's yes. I wonder what... No. I thought this would be your night off.
Oui, madame, it is. But madame asked me to stay on as your wife.
Oh, it is, then.
Oui, madame.
Oui, now, let me see. Is the work here very hard for you?
Oh, oui, madame.
Oh, it is. Do you want me to help you?
I have finished, madame. Merci.
Merci, that's the way I want. If I could only get Laura... do you happen to know my maid, Laurette?
Laurette?
Yes, we live right around the corner, and I thought maybe you could have met her at the store.
Oh, I do not go to the stores, madame.
But do you know her?
Je ne sais pas.
Oh, you do?
I do not say I do. I say je ne sais pas.
Well, is that no?
Oh, no, madame. I say I do not know.
Well, can't you just say no?
Oh, no, I cannot say no because I do not know for sure.
Oh, you can't say no.
No, madame.
Oh, that's a shame. Maybe you'd like to meet her. She's awfully nice. I'd like for her to meet you and talk to you and sort of, well, you know, get acquainted.
Merci, madame. I go walking every morning for half an hour or so. It is very lonesome here alone.
Oh, she'd love to walk with you. What time do you go?
Oh, usually about 10 o'clock, madame.
Well, that's fine. She can come over here and visit you and go walking with you. I'll tell her tomorrow.
Merci beaucoup, madame.
All right. It'll be nice if you both walk together. It won't be so lonesome.
Oui, madame. C'est très gentil de votre part.
Mercy.
Merci, madame.
Oui, oui. Laurette doesn't talk as good French as you and I do, so if you want to, you can show her some of the things to say. Well, I guess I better go out and see what they're doing. Well, I'll beat it then, Ed.
Oh, well, madame.
Mercy.
Well, it looks as if Laura, or Laurette, is all set for a course in French. But some rather startling developments ensue out of this new friendship, as we learn when next we meet the Easy Eight.
Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth and help stop tooth decay. And Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous, caressable hair bring you Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden. It's time once again for another comedy episode of Our Miss Brooks under the direction of Al Lewis. Well, many schools hold various popularity polls from time to time, and Madison High School, where our Miss Brooks teaches English, is no exception.
No, and I felt extremely honored last week because I had been voted faculty queen of the football team. Although I can't help thinking that they could have dreamed up a more glamorous title for me than Miss Pigskin of 1950. Anyway, Friday morning, Walter Denton picked me up in his broken-down, hopped-up jalopy, or, as the girls call it, the Devil's Playground, to drive me down to dear old Madison, or, as I call it, the Devil's Playground. Well, Walter, you seem quite chipper this morning.
I'm more than chipper. I'm a bird on the wing. My birds are soaring like an eagle in the blue.
Well, I don't like to bring you down, but you just flew through a red light. What's the cause of this pre-dawn gaiety?
Our football team, Miss Brooks. Wait till you see them in action. We're going to amaze the entire gridiron world this year.
I thought we amazed the gridiron world last year, Walter. As I recall, in the 15 games we played, we had a perfect record, unblemished by a single victory.
You see, it's coaching that makes the difference. And this year things are going to be a lot different. We got Bronco.
You mean we're going to buck our players into the end?
No, ma'am. I mean Bronco Dawson. He's one of the greatest ex-players alive. With him coaching Madison, we're a cinch.
Seems to me I have read his name somewhere. Wasn't he voted a pure American or something?
That's all American. And he made it for 3 years, too.
Well, I hope he does well for our team. If only for Mr. Boynton's sake. It's amazing how the success or failure of our football team affects his spirits.
Well, what's amazing about it? Mr. Boynton's always been a fan. And just because he's a little on the square side maybe doesn't mean that, underneath he isn't regular.
Is that what you really think of Mr. Boynton, Walter?
Sure. What if he is a cornball on the surface? Down below, he's pure gold. You just gotta dig a little.
Frankly, my shovel is bent by now. I mean, he is a fine teacher, Walter.
Sure he is. He may not be much of a spender, but he sure likes to celebrate when the team does okay.
You're right about that. At the risk of sounding like an elephant, I remember a game that they did win. It was 3 years ago, and after it we went out to dinner, and then a show, and then to a cafe to dance.
Sounds terrific.
Oh, it was. Mr. Boynton was like a man in a dream. In fact, it wasn't until 2 days later that he realized we didn't go Dutch.
Don't worry, old Bronco will add to your store of happy memories this season, Miss Brooks, especially with Stretch Snodgrass in the backfield. Oh, what an athlete that kid is. He's got a great pair of legs, a great pair of arms, and a real head on his shoulders.
That's the best kind. We could only get something into that head.
I know Stretch isn't any Einstein in the classroom, but on that field he's a genius. And he's sure crazy about Bronco. Yeah, especially after what happened yesterday. Did you hear about it?
Well,
Stretch was pushing a wheelbarrow full of football equipment across the field, see, when 3 hoodlums sneaked up on him.
Yes,
And while 2 of them held Stretch down, the other guy made off with the stuff. Well, Bronco came along about then. He saw what was going on, and boy, did he light into those 2 guys.
Yes, I heard about it.
Well, then, why did you make me repeat the whole thing?
I like adventure stories.
Oh, what an athlete that Bronco is. Used to be heavyweight boxing champion of the Navy, you know. Yeah, he was telling Mr. Boynton the other day he's going to give him some tips on the manly art of self-defense.
You better not. Mr. Boynton's defense is tough enough as it is.
Cheers to your old school. Say, there's Stretch locking up his bike. Hi, Stretch, old pal.
Hello, Walter. Hello, Miss Brooks.
Good morning, Stretch.
No, ma'am.
Walter and I were just... What do you mean, no, ma'am?
It's not a good morning. Not only is it not a good morning, it's a rotten morning.
What's wrong?
Well, I got a good mind to quit this old school. That's what I got a good mind to quit.
Wait, but you can't do that, Stretch. Not after all the time you've put in.
Walter's right, Stretch. 1 more year and you're eligible for a pension.
Well, this ain't no time to be whimsical, Miss Brooks.
I'm not being whimsical, Stretch. I'm just trying to be realistic.
Well, I thought we was going to have a swell football team this year because we had old Bronco Dawson coaching us. But now we ain't.
We ain't?
We haven't.
That's right, we ain't.
Why ain't we?
Mr. Conklin seen him fighting those roughnecks on the school grounds yesterday. Without giving him any chance to explain, snitched to the Board of Education and had him fired.
But we gotta do something. That's not fair.
Are you sure you've got the facts straight, Stretch? Did Mr. Conklin just arbitrarily dismiss Bronco?
Exactly. He just artabellary canned him. Some of the guys in the team are so sore, they're talking about not showing up for practice after school.
But they shouldn't do that. They need the practice.
Well, that's what I said. I told them they'd just be spiting their own noses.
Spiting their own noses?
Sure. There must be some other way to get Bronco back.
Wait a minute. I've got an idea. Miss Brooks, who was just voted Queen of Football at Madison?
I was.
Correct. Now, who is the logical candidate to step into Mr. Conklin's office and demand Bronco's reinstatement?
Would you repeat the question, please?
Walter's right, Miss Brooks. You got to talk to Mr. Conklin.
Oh, but boys, I don't carry any weight.
Well, your built is just as good
That's
as...
not... I just don't get along with Mr. Conklin.
Oh, you've got to do it, Miss Brooks. And think of Mr. Boynton. You said yourself Mr. Boynton's a new man when the team's going good.
Well, he is, but
I can see it all now. Bronco puts a winning team on the field. You and Mr. Boynton watch their glorious victory. Mr. Boynton takes you out to dinner. and then to a movie. And after that, you go to a nightclub and you dance. The music is soft and dreamy. And as Mr. Boynton holds you in his arms, the air is charged with excitement. He holds you tighter and tighter. And as you glide over the smooth floor with your face pressed close to his, your ecstasy knows no bounds. You're filled with a delicious sense of well-being. You're no longer hungry for romance, starved for affection. Well, Miss Brooks?
Don't wrap those words up. I'll eat them right here.
Will continue in just a moment, but first, here is Vern Smith. Reader's Digest reports the results of one of the most extensive experiments in dentifrice history. Yes, Reader's Digest reports the very same research which proves brushing teeth right after eating with Colgate Dental Cream stops tooth decay best. And here are additional important facts. Over a 2-year period, the Colgate way stopped more decay for more people than ever before reported in dentifrice history. Yes, the Colgate way of brushing teeth right after eating stopped tooth decay best. Better than any other home method of oral hygiene. Even more important, there were no new cavities whatever for more than 1 out of 3 who used Colgates as directed. No other dentifrice, ammoniated or not, has proof of such results. The best results ever reported for a dentifrice of any type. And you should know that Colgate Dental Cream, while not mentioned by name, was the only toothpaste used in the research reported in July Reader's Digest. Yes, Colgate Dental Cream, and only Colgate Dental Cream, was used in this research. So always use Colgates to clean your breath while you clean your teeth. And when you follow the Colgate way, Colgate Dental Cream stops tooth decay best.
Well, Walter and Stretch convinced me that without Bronco Dawson, Madison couldn't have a winning football team. And I knew that without a winning football team, I couldn't have a winning evening with Mr. Boynton. So I let them aim me in the direction of Mr. Conklin's office and wish me good luck.
Do the best you can, Miss Brooks. Remember, we're rooting for you.
We sure are, Miss Brooks. Please try your uttermost to get old Bronco reinstated.
I'll do whatever I can, Stretch. See you later, boys. Don't be late for your classes now.
So long, Miss Brooks. Now, there goes a great gal. I only hope Mr. Conklin's in his pleasant mood.
Which one is that?
When he doesn't bite you on sight.
Don't worry about his being too rough on anybody today, Walter. I think I softened him up for a while when I done what I done this morning. He's probably scared stiff.
Stretch, what did you do?
I thought I'd make him sweat a little on account of what he'd done to Bronco. So I phoned him up and put a handkerchief over the mouthpiece to disguise my voice.
What did you say to him?
I just said, "Hiya, Mr. Conklin. This is Bronco Dawson. I'm coming to school today and beat your big fat head in."
Hi, Miss Brooks.
Oh, hello, Harriet. I was just going to drop into your dad's office. Is he busy, do you know?
I don't think so, but he's awfully nervous. Every time he hears a sound, he practically jumps under his desk. And he's had the custodian put a big lock and chain on his door.
Sounds like he's expecting me.
Maybe you can find out what's bothering him. He wouldn't tell me a thing.
All right, Harriet. I'll see you in class.
Bye.
Who goes there?
It's a friend, Miss Brooks.
Are you alone, Miss Brooks?
Yes, sir, I am.
One moment, please. I'll let you in.
Good morning, Mr.
Get in quickly!
Do I get any time off for good behavior?
Somehow your devastating bon mots just don't tweak me this morning. Now, get to the point. What do you want of me?
Oh, nothing for myself, Mr. Conklin. I wanted to talk to you about somebody else.
Who?
Bronco Dawson.
Yes? That bully?
Oh, but he isn't, Mr. Conklin. He hasn't had a fair chance to explain.
Fair chance? you realize that since he heard that I recommended his dismissal to the board, he has threatened me with bodily harm?
Bronco threatened you?
On the telephone. In Dawson's own words, Miss Brooks, he is coming to school today to beat my big fat head in.
Oh, that's ridiculous, Mr. Conklin. He wouldn't dare to beat your big fat head in.
My big fat what?
He wouldn't beat in your big fat anything. He seems, sir, but actually your head is neither big nor fat.
Well, thank you.
It's just pleasingly plump.
You have made me very happy, my dear. Now get out.
You've just got to listen to reason. Bronco was only fighting to protect school property from some hoodlums. Stretch Snodgrass told me so himself.
A cock and bull story born of hero worship.
Oh, but Mr. Conklin...
The case is closed. In a few days, the board will provide us with a new coach.
I wish you'd reconsider this matter, Mr. Conklin. It means a great deal, not only to me, but to the entire student body. You see, the team has just voted me faculty queen.
Congratulations, Your Majesty. Now, with your permission, I'd like to back away from the royal presence. I've got things to do.
Yes, sir.
Oh, one moment. Just before you came in, the custodian told me that some of the players he spoke with are planning to cut football practice after school today.
Yes, I know, but that can all be changed.
I think so, too. And since you're so popular with the boys, it seems entirely possible that you could have a hand in changing it.
What are you getting at, Mr. Conklin?
I have another crown for your head, Queenie. You are hereby appointed temporary football coach.
Oh, but Mr. Conklin, there's no need for that if you'll only give Bronco a chance to explain. The mere fact that he was an All-American fullback and heavyweight champion of the Navy is no reason for you to be afraid of him.
Afraid of him? Who said I was afraid of him? Osgood Conklin fears no man. You forget, Miss Brooks, that you are speaking to the former captain of the Rutgers tug-of-war team. For 3 years, I was anchorman on that team. Atlas, they used to call me. And no matter how tenacious our adversary, I could always be depended upon to see heavyweight champion of the Navy.
It's just the phone. You can come out from under the desk, Atlas.
Oh, yes, the phone. One moment, please. This may be another threatening call from Bronco, Miss Brooks. I'll have to ask you to wait in the hall.
But, Mr. Conklin...
If I lose my temper with him, I may forget to use the King's English. Come, I'll let you out.
Yes, sir.
Hello, Zimmerman's Butcher Shop.
Quit your clowning, Osgood Conklin. This is Mrs. Davis.
Who?
Margaret Davis, Miss Brooks' landlady.
Oh, well, Margaret, I'm very happy to hear from you. Very happy indeed.
Well, you may not be so happy when I tell you why I called. Your wife just dropped over and told me that you had poor Bronco Dawson fired.
Well, what has that got to do?
You ought to be ashamed of yourself. Bronco was the best football coach that Madison ever had.
Now, please, Margaret, my actions in this matter were completely justified. I simply had to do
If
something.
I were a man, I'd come over there and beat your big fat head in.
Now, see here, Margaret. Bronco Dawson engaged in a common brawl on my campus yesterday. He's nothing but a ruffian.
He's a perfect gentleman. I happened to witness part of that encounter, and the moment Bronco saw me, he stopped hitting those bullies.
What?
That's how much of a gentleman he is. He told me himself he would never hit anyone in the presence of a woman.
He wouldn't? Well, perhaps we'd better discuss this another time, Margaret.
But
I'll talk to you later. I've been suddenly taken busy. Good day. Come in, Miss Brooks.
I don't want to seem insistent, Mr. Conklin,
Come in, you wonderful woman, you. Sit down, my dear. Take my chair. I'll squat on the floor. Go on. Sit in that swivel chair. Lean back on it. Take a nap if you like.
A nap? You mean I'm awake now? Oh, there's the bell, Mr. Conklin. I've got a class starting.
You mean we've got a class, Miss Brooks. I have long been of the opinion that a man in my position should occasionally refurbish his education. And where can I better acquire additional knowledge than by kneeling at the feet of wisdom? Your feet, Miss Brooks.
If I knew you were coming, I'd have shined my shoes. Take a few turns on those parallel bars.
I've got the lineman working on the heavy weights, Miss Brooks.
Oh, thanks, Mr. Boynton. It was very nice of you to offer your assistance this afternoon. I don't know much about football.
Oh, that's all right, Miss Brooks. Of course, I can't help feeling that Mr. Conklin should never have let Bronco Dawson go. If it's not too late, I'd like to talk to him about it. Do you know where I could find Mr. Conklin now, Miss Brooks?
Probably in the bottom drawer of his desk. He's afraid that Bronco's going to beat him up for getting him fired.
Oh, but that's absurd. Bronco's a very peaceful sort of chap. You know, I got to know him pretty well in recent days. He told me he liked everything about Madison, even Mr. Conklin. In fact, he was planning on bringing his wife here from Millsboro.
I didn't know Bronco was married. He never mentioned having a wife.
Yeah, I know. He's an odd one when it comes to women.
He's an odd one.
By that, I meant he keeps his private life pretty much to himself. He sort of confided in me, though. Even told me he had a baby a couple of years ago. Never mentioned it to a soul.
Must have been quite a surprise to his wife. I guess it's too late to do anything about Bronco now. He hasn't even come back to school for his uniform.
Pardon me, Miss Brooks. We got the blackboard all set up for skull practice.
Good. Get the skulls together and we'll practice.
Where's the board set up, Walter?
Right near the tackling pit. Of course, those hoodlums stole our tackling dummy yesterday, so I had to borrow a big laundry bag from the cafeteria. I told Kenny Patterson to get it stuffed with sawdust or something. I hope he didn't forget.
Hey, get a load of me, folks. I borrowed Bronco Dawson's uniform for today. It's the old number 99 he wore in college.
Oh, good old 99. And that yellow jersey is hot stuff, all right.
Well, how do you like him, Miss Brooks?
Now I know how mustard looks when it's happy. But, Stretch, where's your own uniform?
Well, that showed up missing. One of those hoods glommed on it yesterday while Bronco was clobbering the other two.
How does that go again?
I'll translate, Mr. Boynton. Stretch means his uniform was pilfered by one brigand while our football coach was taking punitive measures against his Confederates.
How does that go again?
Well, we better get going. I want to see if that laundry sack has been stuffed.
In honor of me having old Bronco's uniform on, Miss Brooks, don't you think I ought to get the first shot at tackle practice?
Well, don't look at me, Stretch. You'll have to settle for the sack.
Hi, Daddy. What are you doing on the athletic field?
I was on my way home, Harriet. Left the building through the side entrance today.
But why, Daddy?
Just for kicks.
You know, for a minute I thought you might be looking for old 99. I was hoping you might have changed your mind about letting him go.
Old 99?
Yes. That's what a lot of the kids call Bronco Dawson. Those are the numerals he wore on his college uniform. He's kept them to this day.
I hope I've seen the last of Bronco Dawson and his numerals.
I'm afraid you're not going to get your hope, Daddy. It looks like old 99 is coming out of the gym now.
Where? Oh, there. Oh, dear.
I'd like to stay and watch some practice, but I've got a date with Susie Prentice at 3:15, and Oh, golly, I'm late. See you later, Daddy. I've got to run.
You've got to run? Oh, no, I better not. He'd nail me in a minute on this open field. I've got to hide. Ah, this laundry bag. I'll just hop in here and pull the string. Champion of the Navy yet.
All right now, fellas. Let's line tackle practice.
Give me a hand with this dummy, will you, folks?
All right, Walter.
I'll help, too.
I'm glad Kenny didn't forget to stuff it.
From the way it feels, it must have stuffed it with blubber.
We'll just hoist it up between these uprights.
Yeah.
Now remember, fellas, hit it low and hit it hard.
Come on, Stretch. You started off.
Okay, here goes.
That's a pretty nice tackle, Stretch, but a little too low.
What do you mean, too low, Mr. Boynton? I thought I hit it just right.
Why don't you show him what you mean, Mr. Boynton?
Me? But I haven't played football in years.
Oh, go ahead, Mr. Boynton. With your physique, you'll grind that old sack into powder.
Well, I'll try it if you want me to. I'll get a good running start.
Now, Stretch. Mr. Boynton can probably teach you plenty, so stop that groaning.
Who, me?
Oh, wonderful, Mr. Boynton. But why so hard? You knocked the wind out of yourself.
No, I didn't. I feel great.
Gosh, look at that sack. It's all lopsided.
Well, there's only one way to fix that. Hit it from both sides at once.
Right. It's often necessary for two men to bring down the ball carrier. Now, Stretch, you hit him high and I'll hit him low.
Right, Mr. Boynton. And this time I'll make that old sack our uncle. Uncle.
Did you say something, Stretch?
No, sir. Didn't you say something?
No. Walter, was that you?
Not me. Was it you, Miss Brooks?
It wasn't me.
Isn't anyone going to ask me?
The sack. It talked.
Well, it sounds like Mr. Conklin's in there.
Oh, heavens. Quick, release those pulleys. I'll get the drawstrings. Oh, it is, Mr. Conklin.
Yes, Miss Brooks, it is. And I blame you for this entire outrage.
Me? But
You knew I was threatened by Bronco Dawson. You knew I was trying to hide from him. And what more logical place for me to hide than here in this laundry bag?
But that's not fair, Mr. Conklin.
You should have known I was in there when you helped hoist me up.
I'm sorry, Mr. Conklin. I have an ironclad alibi.
An alibi?
Yes, sir. Just take a look at the size of that bag.
What has that got to do with it?
I couldn't possibly think that even you were that big a dummy.
Brooks returns in just a moment, but first...
Dream girl, beautiful luster cream girl.
Tonight? Yes, tonight. Show him how much lovelier your hair can look after a Luster Cream shampoo. Luster Cream, world's finest shampoo. No other shampoo in the world gives you K-Duma's magic blend of secret ingredients plus gentle lanolin. Better than a soap, better than a liquid, Luster Cream is a dainty cream shampoo. Leaves hair 3 ways lovelier. Fragrantly clean, free of loose dandruff, glistening with sheen, soft, manageable. Even in hardest water, Luster Cream lathers instantly. No special rinse needed after a Luster Cream shampoo. So gentle, Luster Cream is wonderful even for children's hair. Tonight? Yes, tonight, try Luster Cream shampoo.
Dream girl, beautiful luster cream girl. You owe your charming glory to a luster cream shampoo.
And now, once again, here is our Miss Brooks.
Well, by dint of some fast talking, I convinced Mr. Conklin that I wasn't the one responsible for his bruised condition. Of course, Walter, Stretch, and the rest of the team showed amazing loyalty. As soon as the bag was opened, they ran giggling into the hills. Then Mr. Boynton went to the gym for some iodine, and I tried to soothe Mr. Conklin. He certainly was banged up. There was a big lump here, a small lump there, here a lump, there a lump, everywhere. Osgood Conklin was a mess. E-I-E-I.
Miss Brooks, do you know what I'll do if I ever get my hands on that Bronco Dawson?
Yes, sir. You'll hold his arms. Now lie still, Mr. Conklin.
Hi, Miss Brooks. Why is Daddy stretched out on the... Daddy, when did it happen?
Take it easy, Harriet. Your daddy's been helping the football team.
But the way he looks.
He's worried, Harriet. He's a little concerned over Bronco's possible reaction to being fired.
But Bronco doesn't even know he's been fired.
What's that?
The board wasn't to notify him until this morning, and he left town last night. I just stopped home for a minute, Daddy, and found this wire for you.
Oh, let me see that. Where are my glasses? Oh, they were in my vest pocket. You read it, Miss Brooks.
All right. Dear Mr. Conklin, called home to Millsboro last night. Wife presented me with 7-pound fullback. Have taken job coaching Millsboro High. Know you'll understand. Thanks for everything, Bronco Dawson. Well, all's well that ends well.
Ends well? I'm nothing but a mass of welts and bruises.
But you're just thinking of yourself, Mr. Conklin. What about poor Bronco?
Poor Bronco?
Yes. Now he'll never get a chance to beat your big fat head in.
Show brought to you by Luster Cream Shampoo, the soft, glamorous, caressable hair, and Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth and help stop tooth decay. Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden, is produced by Larry Burns, written by Al Lewis and Joe Quillen, with music by Wilbur Hatch. Mr. Boynton is played by Jeff Chandler, Mr. Conklin by Gail Gordon. Others in tonight's cast were Jane Morgan, Dick Crenna, Gloria McMillan, and Leonard Smith.
I'm starring Red Skelton with David Forrester and his orchestra, our singing star Anita Ellis, Gigi Pearson, Verna Felton, Pat McGee, and Wonderful Smith, and yours truly, Rod O'Connor. It's Moisturize, the new, all-new Rolly 903 cigarette. Listen. That jet of fresh, pure moisture stands for the new, different moisturized Rolly 903. New blend, new taste, new freshness. It's the new, all-new moisturized Rolly 903. It's a pleasure to bring you Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's popular comedian and the star of our Rolly cigarette program, Red Skelton.
Thank you very much, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and thanks to Radio Mirror for that wonderful write-up, and to Walter Winchell. He had me tonight, too. That was good.
Well, Red, what's news?
Huh?
What's news?
Oh, I got a letter about that wish. Guy says, I wish she'd cut it out. No kidding. The guy was driving home the other night and almost wrecked his car. He said he was listening to the program and he thought all 4 tires blew out. You know, Mr. Raleigh gets mad when I kid like this. Last week I got a telegram from him in Louisville, you know.
Oh, was it anything serious?
Serious. The Western Union boy that delivered the message brought along an extra cap in case I wanted to go to work.
Well, you don't have to worry, Red.
No, I don't have to worry.
Your I Do It game is getting to be a new national pastime.
Yeah, the game will help me out.
I must get one for my little boy, Ricky.
Yeah.
What do they sell the games for, Red?
What do they sell the games for?
That's what I asked, yes.
Oh, I don't know, Mr. O'Connor. Maybe it's because they make more money that way. That's a brilliant question, isn't it, huh?
Red, speaking of games, didn't we have a wonderful time at the ice hockey game last week?
Yeah, I get a big kick out of that. Sitting up in the stand watching those fellas knock each other all over that ice. Boy, that's for me.
You mean you'd like to play?
No, sit up in the stand and watch them.
Well, those ice hockey players are really rough, aren't they?
Yeah, they're just California drivers on ice skates. Hey, you know what? A good California pedestrian could walk right through a hockey game and never look up from his racing for
Well, you know, it's strange to see an ice hockey game in Hollywood. I wonder where they get all that ice.
Yes, it would. Huh? Would you mind repeating that question again? I'm dying to win a box of Snickers.
Yes, I'll repeat, but I repeat one time and one time only.
Hey, you know, I get a kick out of that guy on the radio. He says, I will say this one time and one time only. Maul says to Paul, how do you all? And y'all says to Paul, ho, 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 ho. Then he says, I'm sorry. I'm afraid you'll find it was Maul says to Paul, ho, ho, ho. But give that man a box of retread bubble gum and let him blow out. You know, those quizmasters, they're always so kind, you know. They sound so... You can put it down. We're not going to read it anyway. Those quizmasters, they always sound so kind. They say, oh, I'm so sorry. And down deep in their heart, they're saying, oh, you stupid bum. Well, if you only knew what goes on in this business.
Well, I wonder where they get all that ice.
Well, we're going back to that again, huh? Well, now, I know this is an imposition, but would you build that joke up again, please?
I wonder where they find all the ice in California to play hockey.
They just don't light the smudge pots for a couple of days. Or maybe Florida will take those posters down of me. It says, wanted, dead or alive.
Listen. That jet of fresh, pure moisture stands for the new, all-new Rolly 903 cigarette. It's moisturized to stay fresh longer. It's moisturized to taste better. It's moisturized to smoke milder. Smoke this new, modern Rolly 903. See for yourself that it's far better than any cigarette ever made before because it's moisturized by the revolutionary new 903 process. The greatest advance in cigarette making in 25 years. It's the new, all-new Rolly 903.
And remember this about the new moisturized Rolly 903. Medical science offers proof positive. No other leading cigarette gives less nicotine, less throat-irritating tars.
Smokers, follow the lead of Hedy Lamarr, star of the new film Dishonored Lady. Smoke the new, moisturized Rolly 903. It's so much smoother, richer, better tasting. A new blend, new freshness, new taste. You'll see the number 903 on the government stamp. This Rolly 903 is new. All new. It's moisturized.
Anita Ellis sings, I Can't Help Loving That Man of Mine.
Gotta swim, birds gotta fly. I gotta love one man till I die. Can't help loving that man of mine. Tell me he's lazy. Tell me I'm crazy, maybe I know. Can't help loving that man of mine. When he goes away, that's a rainy day. And when he comes back, that day is fine.
Skelton scrapbook of satire. We're not good, boy. We're allowed. Chapter 1, Careless Driving.
Oh, shut up. I'm driving this thing, if you don't mind.
Well, then, get out of the back seat.
Yeah. Hey, we must be getting into town. The pedestrians are getting a little trickier here.
Oh, Willie, watch out. There's a roadblock in the middle of the road.
Oh, no, there ain't.
Yes, there is.
Oh, no, there ain't.
Oh, yes, there is.
Ain't now. How can you be so stupid, huh?
Stupid?
Yeah.
Oh, Willie, don't you love me?
Sure, I love you. I think you're the most beautiful woman in the world. And I bet you hate me for saying that, don't you?
Oh, why should I hate you?
You told me one time that you couldn't stand a liar.
You certainly have changed.
Yeah.
When you first started courting me, you always used to bring me flowers.
Yeah, that's because I thought you was dead.
There's a car pulling out in front of you. Be
A
careful.
road hog! A California road hog! I'll beat that road hog! Yeah, sliced a little bacon off there.
Willie, you'll kill yourself that way.
Well, you don't have to look so happy about it, you know.
Hear that?
Yeah. The police is coming.
Okay, pull over.
Now, I think there's going to be a little trouble, so keep your big nose out of this.
Well, my nose isn't so big.
Oh, no? How come you have to part it in the middle to see your face, huh?
Good evening, friends. Didn't you see us signaling you at that intersection back there?
Yes, sir. Yeah, I might say that you're the only thing I missed all night.
Have you any idea how fast you were driving, Bub?
Well, my speedometer reads 0. That's after it goes all the way around.
You're going 85. I don't think you even know how to drive.
Oh, yes, I do.
You know where the brake is?
Yeah, I know where the brakes is.
Where is it?
In the repair shop.
Don't you realize you're endangering your life speeding in a knocked-out jalopy like this?
Yeah, but I'm going to get me a new one, you know. I'm going to send one of them limericks. My favorite brunette will be old and gray before Bob Hope gives me a Chevrolet.
Well, what is this?
This is a 46 model I'm driving. It's right on the registration card there, 1846.
I suppose you have an alibi for being in such a hurry?
Yes, I have, officer. I'm hurrying home because I'm a very sick man. This world ain't long for me.
You're sick, eh? Yep. What's the matter with you?
Haven't been able to breathe for a month.
Oh, come now. How can you live without breathing?
I don't know. Got a lot of willpower, I guess.
Let me see your driver's license.
Right there it is.
Wait a second. This isn't a driver's license. It's a dog license.
I also drive a Greyhound bus.
How come you don't have a driver's license?
Because they don't give them for driving on the sidewalk, that's why.
Only a jerk could drive on the sidewalk.
Well, now you know.
Say, what's your name?
Puddin' Tame. Ask me again, I'll tell you the same. Tattooed right there on my forehead, you ought to know.
Oh.
No.
Willie Lump Lump.
Willie Lump Lump's your name. Willie Lump Lump. Here on my driving permit there.
Say, it says here not valid unless wearing glasses. Where's the glasses?
Every time I put them on the license, they fall off.
You're supposed to wear 'em, Dope. Now, let's see here.
I didn't get it at rehearsal, though.
Say, your face looks awfully wrinkled in this picture of you.
That's not my picture. That's my thumbprint.
On top of speeding, do you realize you were weaving all over the street?
Yeah.
And you didn't have your lights on?
And he has no license plate.
And no registration card?
Practically a pedestrian, ain't I?
Does this car belong to you?
Yep. 3 more payments and I drive it in the daytime. 4 more payments and I'm only 2 years behind.
I'll have to give you a ticket for speeding.
Mighty neighborly.
And here's another for going through a stoplight.
It's not over.
Another for making a left turn without a signal.
They run into somebody else.
And another ticket for arguing with an officer.
Well, you just give me those tickets and I'll show you what I'm going to do with them. There, delinquent. I ain't going to help you pick them up either.
Really, now you'll be arrested and thrown in jail, and with this drive on, you'll get 5 days.
Don't go giving them ideas, will you?
Well, officer, what are you going to do with him?
I'd like to punch him.
You and who else?
Just me, myself, and I.
Oh, ganging up on me, huh?
You know, it's a good thing I'm an officer.
Yeah?
For 2 cents, I'd punch you in the nose.
Oh, you would. Let me out of the car. I got 2 cents. Here. Now, I dare you to punch me in the nose.
Oh, pipe down.
Go ahead, punch me. I dare you. Go ahead. I double dare you.
You do it.
Well, don't I get a receipt?
Listen. That jet of fresh, pure moisture stands for the new, all-new Rolly 903 cigarette. It's moisturized to stay fresh longer. It's moisturized to taste better. It's moisturized to smoke milder. Smoke this new, modern, moisturized Rolly 903. See for yourself that it's far better than any cigarette ever made before. It's new, all new. New blend, new freshness, new taste.
And remember this about the new moisturized Rolly 903. Medical science offers proof positive. Tests certified by a jury of 14 doctors, based on a method used by the United States government, prove that no other leading cigarette gives you less nicotine, less throat-irritating tars.
Smoke the new, all new Rolly 903. It's moisturized.
David Forrester in his Rolly Cigarette Orchestra play, Mamselle. Chapter 2, The Cat of Distinction.
Sing a song of sixpence, a pocket full of rice. Now I know where Grandpa got his bloodshot eyes.
Where have you been?
I went over across the street to visit Mr. and Mrs. Richard Thorpe. You know, they just moved in across the street there.
What did they think of you?
They're going to move out.
What do you mean?
Well, they told me to come in and make myself at home. Oh, some people never learn, do they? That was the wrong thing to say. Boy, that place is a mess.
Why, Junior, you didn't do that. You're kidding me.
You keep laughing, kiddo, that's all. You wait till you get a bill from them, boys. Hey, what you doing up here in the alley,
Oh, I'm just straightening up, cleaning out some of the old junk.
Oh, that's a good idea. Hey, can I have this big black book?
Oh, that's my old picture album.
Oh.
I haven't looked through it in years.
Oh, let's look through it then.
Look at all these old faded snapshots.
Oh, ain't they nice? Oh, who's this pretty little girl?
Oh, that's me, when I was 18.
Boy, you was some chick, wasn't you, huh?
Junior, that's what I get for letting you listen to Dennis Day.
Yeah. Now, I picked this up on my own. He had nothing to do with it. Boy, you sure had a lot of hair in them days, didn't you, Grandma? Look, I bet you had to climb on a stepladder to comb it, didn't you?
Oh, that wasn't all real hair.
No?
Every woman wears rolls in her hair.
Oh, really?
They're imitation hair rolls,
Yes,
and they're called wraps.
Mm-hmm. Nowadays, too?
Yes.
You got wax in your hair?
Yes.
Get away! Get away! Get away! Get away! Why, ain't you going to say bless me with a what? No? Yeah. You, boy, what a family I got, boy. My grandma's got rats in her hair, my grandpa's got bats in her belt. No, don't you hit me. Hey, who's this guy here with a handlebar mustache and a bicycle body?
Oh, that's your grandfather when he was courting me.
Oh?
This picture was taken long, long ago.
Oh, he sure looked different. Standing there all by himself, nobody holding him up.
Now, that's enough.
Now, hey, who's this funny-looking fella? Look at them buck teeth on him. Boy, he looked like he swallowed a piano and is trying to spit out the keys. Boy, them some choppers, ain't they?
Now, that's no way to talk about your Uncle Jim Hawkins.
Yeah?
He was well known all over the country.
He was, huh?
Yes.
What's he wearing that striped suit for? He looked like a zebra, don't he?
Stop asking questions.
Why? What's the matter? He's got a zebra suit on. He must have been awful busy. Look, he's got his telephone number on his chest.
Junior, now, look at me.
Yes?
You must never mention your Uncle Jim to anyone.
A jailbird, huh? Hey, look at this picture. Look. Grandpa out in front of a saloon. Look.
I'll look later.
You better look now. From the expression on his face, I think he's going to go back in any minute.
Oh, you're just too smart for a child your size.
Oh, no, don't hit me. What you trying to do, shorten me? You hit me, you did. You didn't hurt me, no. You didn't hurt me.
Well, if I didn't hurt you, why are you crying?
Well, I don't want you to think I don't appreciate your efforts.
Come on.
Yeah.
Get away from that trunk.
Now, I'll close the lid for you, huh? Yeah.
Junior, be careful.
Right.
You might get your fingers caught in that trunk, and then it won't lock.
Yes. Oh, you sure does love me, don't you, huh?
Oh, go on downstairs.
Okay, I'm going to go downstairs. I'm sliding down the banister.
Junior, what happened?
You know that statue with no arms on her?
Yes?
She got legs and a head to match now.
Junior, why do you do things like that?
Because I got nothing to occupy me with a delinquent life, that's why. Juvenile jury tried to help me with me problems, but I just had so many, you know.
Well, goodness. I've got work to do, so go on.
Hey, Grandma,
yes.
If I had a camera, I could take some pictures and have my own album like you got. You sure got a nice camera, but you never take pictures of me, you don't.
Why, we've got lots of pictures of you.
Yeah?
Look,
what?
Here's a picture taken 2 days after you were born.
Huh?
That's your father arguing with the doctor in the background.
Yeah. Hey, did you get a picture of the stork that brought me?
Yes, and we turned it over to the FBI.
Hey, I know one picture you don't have no more, boy. That thing of me on that bare rug. You don't have that thing no more.
Did you tear it up?
Yes, I did. Oh, goodness, that was so embarrassing, you know. I had nothing on but me handcuffs and a smile.
Look, Junior, will you please go out and play?
Can I take some pictures?
Oh, yes,
No.
dear. Here's my old box camera.
Oh, boy.
You can play like you're taking pictures with that. It's broken, but what he doesn't know won't hurt him.
I know who broke it. And what she doesn't know won't hurt me either. You know? I'm going to take some pictures. I'm going to take swing it here, swing it here. Take some pictures. Swing it here. Uh-oh, there's Mr. Gene Fowler, the man next door. I'm going to go over to... Hey.
Well, Junior, hello.
Ah, shut up. Get to work in your garden now, will you?
Well, why are you carrying that box camera?
Not going to take some pictures. Would you like for me to take you pictures?
Oh, I'd be flattered. Where do you want me to stand?
Well, stand right over there now, over there. Now, I look through this thing and focus you in there now. Now, back up just a little bit more. A little more. Look at me. Don't look in the back of you. Just keep backing up there.
Well, I don't want to get too close to the fish pond.
I'll let you know. Just back up one more step or two.
Well, how's this?
Now, me good self says let him stay there. But me bad self says one more step should do it. Well, I'll think it over after I get this picture here.
Junior, I'm waiting.
In a second, you'll be waiting. Just back up a couple of more steps now. Oh, boy.
Wait a minute. What's behind that bush?
Where? I don't know. Listen. Oh, it's a cat.
Good heavens, a polecat.
Polecat? Maybe Admiral Byrd brought him back. Come on, kitty. Boy, what a pretty cat you is, boy. You got... Oh, boy, look at that silver streak down his back. That's where. Boy, I'm going to take you... What kind of cat is you? Here, you better get down. Now, you get over there, will you? Don't get too close to me, will you? I'm going to make you the feature album. What do you think, you know? Boy, he's spoiled, he is. He won't keep till morning, you know. Stand over there. Wait a bit more. Look, if you're going to park there, shut off your motor, will you? I think I'll talk to Claude Jarman about you. He already knows something about you. Look, I'm going to give you a bath, boy. I can't stand you no more. Here I is no more.
What have you got? Look, here. Come down. Get him out of here.
Well, okay. Get going. Go home, cat. Go home. Look at him go. He's trying to get away from himself, I guess. What if he ever heard of Chanel number 5? Boy, he's gone, but that smell's still here. Woo! Well, that polecat forgot something, I think.
Junior, you come here to me.
Okay.
No. Get away.
But, Namor, what you hold your nose and run from me first? Namor, open the door and let me in, Namor. Namor, doll, please open the door. Your little stinker is waiting.
We hope you liked our program well enough to be with us again next Tuesday night. So until next Tuesday, then.
This is Red Skelton saying goodbye now, and thanks for listening, and thanks for buying Raleigh's. And remember, America's a pretty nice country. You better start taking care of it.
Sir Walter Raleigh, the pipe tobacco that rates superior on all counts. Check them.
A rich, ripe, full-bodied, burley blend.
Sir Walter Raleigh pipe tobacco.
Mellowed with rum for extra smoothness. Deep down, satisfying goodness.
That's Sir Walter Raleigh pipe tobacco.
Clean smoking all the way down. No soggy heel. Leaves only a clean, dry ash.
And that's Sir Walter Raleigh pipe tobacco.
Crimp cut for slow, even, cool burning.
Yes, Sir Walter Raleigh pipe tobacco.
Smoke Sir Walter Raleigh, the quality pipe tobacco of America.
Today has been Greek Independence Day. Remember, folks, the Greek war relief is worthy of your support. Brown and Williamson invite you to other good listening during the week. Listen to People Are Funny with Art Linkletter next Friday night and join us again with Red Skelton next Tuesday. Red Skelton is heard in this program through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer. Red Skelton is brought to
NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Abbott.
Yes, Costello?
Are you the manager of this baseball team?
Yes.
Well, now that I'm down here for spring training, I would like to know some of the guys' names on the team, so when I meet them on the street or in the ballpark, I'll be able to say hello to them.
Well, naturally, I'll introduce you to the boys and a regular bunch of boys we have. But you know, strange as it may seem, they give these ball players nowadays very peculiar names.
Funny names.
Yes, nicknames, pet names, you know, like Dizzy Dean.
His brother Duffy?
Daffy Dean.
I'm their cousin.
Now, what's your first name?
Goofy.
That's what I thought. Well, let's see, we have on the bags, we have who's on first, what's on second, I don't know who's on third.
That's what I want to find out.
And I say, who's on first, what's on second, I don't know who's on third.
Wait a minute. Are you the manager?
Yes.
You know the guy's name?
Well, I should.
Who's on first?
That's right.
I mean, the fellow's name.
Who?
The guy on first.
Who?
The fellow on first base.
Who was on first?
Well, what are you asking me for?
I'm not asking you. I'm telling you. Who is on first?
Well, go ahead and tell me.
That's the man's name.
That's whose name?
Yes.
Have you got a contract with the first baseman?
Well, certainly.
Who signed the contract?
Well, naturally. You wouldn't expect anybody else to sign it.
But who?
Yes.
Look, when you pay off the first baseman every month, who gets the money?
Every dollar of it.
He does.
Oh, absolutely.
All I'm trying to find out is what is the guy's name on first base?
Oh, now, wait a minute. Let's straighten that out. What is on second base?
Who's on second?
Who is on first?
One base at a time.
I know, but don't change the players around.
I'm not changing anybody. I only want to know what's the guy's name on first base.
But I'm telling you what is on second.
I'm not asking you who's on second.
Who is on first?
That's what I want to find out.
I know, but who is who and what is what? Don't change it.
Look, that don't mean nothing to me. All I want to know is what's the guy's name on first base.
But what is on second base?
Who's on second?
Who is on first?
I don't know.
Oh, he's on third. We're not talking about him.
How did I get on third base?
Well, you mentioned his name.
If I mentioned the third baseman's name, who did I say is playing third?
No, who is playing first?
Never mind first. I want to know what's the guy's name on third base.
But what's on second?
Who's on second?
Who is on first?
I don't know.
He's on third.
There I go, back on third again.
Well, I can't change the name.
Let you and I stay on third base.
Now, what do you want to know?
Now, who is playing third base?
Why do you insist on putting who on third base?
Who am I putting on third base?
Yes, but we don't want him there.
You don't want who there?
No.
So what's the guy's name belongs there?
No, what belongs on second?
Who's on second?
Who is on first?
I don't know. Third base. That's the point. You got outfield?
That's good.
The left fielder's name.
Why?
I don't know. I just thought I'd ask you.
Well, I just thought I'd say.
Then tell me who's playing left field.
Oh, no. Who is playing first?
What's on first?
What's on second?
I don't know.
Third base.
Look, the left fielder's name.
Why?
Because.
Oh, he's center field.
Look, you've got a pitcher on the team.
Wouldn't this be a fine team without a pitcher?
The pitcher's name.
Tomorrow.
You don't want to tell me today?
I'm telling you, man.
Go ahead.
Tomorrow.
What time?
What time what?
What time tomorrow you're going to tell me who's pitching?
Now listen. Who is not pitching? Who is...
I'll break your rhyme. You say who's on first.
Go ahead, have it.
I want to know what's the pitcher's name.
What's on second?
I don't know. Third base. You got a catcher?
Absolutely.
The catcher's name.
Today?
Today. And tomorrow's pitching.
Now you've got it.
That's all. We got a couple of days on the team.
Well, I can't help that.
You know, I'm a catcher, too.
I know that.
Now, I'll get behind the plate. I'll do some fancy catching, and tomorrow's pitching on my team.
Mm-hmm.
The heavy hitter gets up. Tomorrow throws the ball, and the guy up bunts the ball. Now, when he bunts the ball, me being a good catcher, I want to throw the guy out of first base, so I pick up the ball and throw it to who?
Now, that's the first thing you've said right.
I don't even know what I'm talking about.
Well, that's all you have to do.
Is to throw it to first base.
So?
Who's got it?
Naturally.
Oh, naturally's got it.
No. Who's got it?
Naturally.
That's right.
Well, that's what I said.
That's right.
Now, I pick up the ball and I throw it to naturally.
No, you throw it to who?
Naturally.
That's right.
That's what I said.
That's what I said.
That's what I heard it then.
That's right.
Now, I pick up the ball and I throw it to who?
That's right.
Whoever it is drops the ball and the guy runs to second.
Mm-hmm.
Who picks up the ball and throws it to what? What throws it to? I don't know. Throws it back to tomorrow. A triple play.
Yes.
Another guy gets up and it's a long fly ball to be caught. Why? I don't know. He's on third, and I don't give a darn.
What was that?
I said, I don't give a darn.
Oh, that's our shortstop.
Oh, I'm a bad boy.
That's right, folks. B for comedy, A for Abbott,
Maxwell, E for Ennis, L for Lou Costello. Yes, they spell Camel. Your taste will tell you about Camel's rich, full flavor. Your throat will welcome Camel's cool mildness. So draw up a chair for tonight's show starring Bud Abbott and Lou Costello.
Costello. Will you listen to me, please? Did you go hunting with your Uncle Artie Stebbins last Saturday? What did you say? I say, did you go hunting with your Uncle Artie Stebbins last Saturday? Yeah, a terrible thing happened. A great big bear sneaked up behind us, grabbed Uncle Artie's gun out of his hands, and stuck it in his back. What did Uncle Artie do? What could he do? He married the bear's daughter. Never mind that. Did you see any big game? I saw a giraffe, but I didn't shoot him. He had a sore throat. Well, there's nothing worse than a giraffe with a sore throat. Oh, yes, there is. What? A centipede with corns. You dummy. I didn't think you ever went hunting in your life, and I don't believe you did. I'll bet you haven't even got a hunting license. I have, too. Here it is. Wait a minute. This is no hunting license. This is a picture of Hetty Lamar. You hunt what you like, and I'll hunt what I like. You hunter. Boy, that's ridiculous. Oh, yeah, my brother and I, we used to hunt alligators. Alligators? Yeah, one time an alligator was just about to attack my brother-in-law. I fired off both barrels of my trusty rifle. Did you kill the alligator? See this wallet? Genuine alligator? No, genuine brother-in-law. Nonsense. Come here, look at this. You see this picture? Now, I trapped all these rabbits last winter. Now, how many would you say there are? 876. That's exactly right. Oh, wait a minute. How did you guess it? Oh, I just count the legs and divide by 4. Costello, have you ever been in Africa on safari? No, but I've been in New York on safari. A safari in New York? Yeah, the Staten Island Safari. And also the Hoboken Safari. Oh, now, come on, that's ridiculous. Lots of safaris around there. Hey, listen to me, though. You should have been with me on my elephant hunt. Oh, there I was, surrounded by elephants. One big bull elephant started towards me. I said to myself, I'm trapped. Abbott, you're trapped. Should I run or stand here and shoot the bull? You've been doing all right up to now. All right. Well, I shot. The elephant fell and broke a tusk. Broke a what? A tusk. Tusk to you two and a couple of poo-poos. Oh, no. A tusk is valuable. We use 50,000 elephants a year just to make billiard balls. My, how do they train those big, clumsy beasts to do such delicate work? I can see you know nothing about elephants. I once hunted elephants in India with an old acquaintance of mine. And an elephant sat on them. Someday I got to go back there. Why? To scrape up an old acquaintance. Yeah, but did you ever shoot a zebra? Yes, I did. Could I have the zebra skin? Oh, what do you want with a zebra skin? My Aunt Minnie is in Alcatraz, and she needs a new fur coat. No, that's silly, Costello. However, I have a stuffed rhinoceros you can have. Of course, you know what a rhinoceros is, don't you? Oh, sure. That's a hippopotamus with a red-eater cap. No. Now, come on out there. I know you're breathing. All right. Costello, this is the last week of the big game hunting season. Now, tomorrow I'm going hunting in the high Sierras, and I'd like you to come along with me. Oh, gee, thanks, Abbott. Say, you've done a lot of hunting. What do they call those little flies that buzz around the animals? Gnats. I asked you a civil question. What do they call those little flies? Gnats. And that's to you, too, brother. No, you don't. Gnats are the flies that annoy the animals. Of course, some of them have ticks. Why don't they take the ticks and give those flies a good thrashing? I didn't say sticks, I said ticks. For instance, there's deer sticks. The deer ticks? Certainly deer ticks. Who wound them up? Oh, nobody wound them up. And what makes them tick? Somebody must have slipped a groon in his groove. Now, Stella, when I say, listen to me, please, when I say deer ticks, I don't mean the deer ticks. I mean deer ticks. Abbott, let me smell your breath. Oh, come on, please, talk sense. The deer has ticks, and the ticks bother the deer. They used to bother me when I went to school. Ticks bothered you in school? Yeah. Arithmetics, mathematics. And one time a tick got me in trouble with the teacher. Oh, now, wait a minute. How could a tick get you in trouble with the teacher? I ticked my tongue out at the teacher, and she trounced the tweet of my trousers with a twat. Look, Lo, I'm talking about animal ticks. Hundreds of animals in the woods have ticks. That must be a pretty sound when hundreds of animals get together and they all start ticking at once. No, listen, Costello, listen to me. Deer have ticks. Elks have ticks. And one time my father shot a moose with ticks. Now, do you know what I'm talking about?
Sure, your father's moose ticks.
No. Costello, you're getting more stupid every day. I don't know what to do with you. I don't know what to say to you. I've tried and I've tried to improve your mind, but I just can't seem to get anywhere.
Why don't you face it, Abbott? You're a failure. Well, here I am, Abbott, and I'm all ready to go hunting with you up in the mountains.
Oh, that's fine, Costello. How is your hunting equipment?
I got the best, Abbott. Look, Cornell Wilde's old address book.
Costello, hunting is a serious sport. Now, suppose you came face to face with a big Bruin. What would you do?
Ask him for a ticket to the Rose Bowl game.
Oh, you know, Marilyn Maxwell and Skinny Ennis are going to meet us at the hunting lodge. And I hope you brought something along.
I did. I brought a quart of bourbon in case somebody gets the chills. What are you bringing, Abbott?
The chills. Costello, did you bring a gun?
Oh, yes, here it is. This is my sawed-off shotgun.
Wait a minute. Where is the handle?
How do you like that? I sawed off the wrong end.
Come on, Costello. Marilyn and Skinny are waiting for us at the hunting lodge in the mountains. Let's go.
Hiya, fat, flabby, and flat-headed.
No, wait a minute. Don't insult Costello, Skinny. Don't be a pill.
Skinny ain't no pill. He's too long and narrow.
Well, thank you, Costello.
You're a capsule. You're a funny-looking hunter, Skinny. Do you know anything about guns?
I know guns inside and out. Why, man, when I was a kid with the circus, they used to shoot me out of an air rifle. What do you know about hunting, Costello?
Have you seen that big bear rug in my living room?
Sure.
Well, I shot that bear myself. What a battle. It was either me or the bear.
Well, I'm glad it was the bear. You'd make an awful lumpy rug.
Hey, look, Costello, here comes Marilyn Maxwell.
Hi, boys. And hello, Louis, honey, my chubby little chuckling chipmunk.
Oh, Marilyn, my sugar-coated sharpshooter. Plug me with a buckshot of your kisses.
Louis, honey, how do you like my hunting outfit? That's Fifth Avenue.
Get a load of mine. Army surplus.
Oh, Louis, it's going to be fun hunting with you. What's your favorite wild game?
Post office.
Louis, post office isn't a wild game.
It is the way I play it.
Ah, Louis, my little snowman, come melt in my arms.
Gee, Marilyn, when I'm close to you like this, I just can't seem to break away.
Why not?
My nose is caught in the trigger of your shotgun.
Well, Louis, if you'll excuse me, I'll go up to the hunting lodge and freshen up. As they say in Spanish, mañana o ya noches to you.
And your mama's own nice shirt to you, too.
Hey, Costello, look up on that mountaintop. Now, there is a mother stork and two little storks.
Yeah, Abbott. Can I ask you a question?
Well, certainly.
When the mama stork talks things over with the little storks, who does she say brings the babies?
Help! Beg pardon, strangers. Is there a skinny hombre in your party?
Yes, there is. Why?
Well, you better go over there and get him. A gopher just dragged him down into its hole.
Who are you, stranger?
I'm the game warden.
Yeah? What's your game, warden?
You want to know my game, partner? I'll tell you. It's Parcheesi. But being up here in the wild country so much, I trained 3 little skunks to play bridge with me.
Is it a steep game?
No, we only play for 1/10 of a cent.
Warden, we're after some big game. Have you seen any hereabouts?
Hereabouts? Abbott, I thought we came up here to shoot deer. I wouldn't shoot a poor little hereabouts for anything in the world. Anybody that will shoot a little hereabouts and make a widow out of a sheabouts ought to be ashamed of themselves.
Oh, shut up, you idiot. How about it, Warden? Is there any big game around here?
Well, there's a ferocious mountain lion that has been terrorizing the countryside. He's been killing the farmers' chickens, and he's even been stealing eggs.
At the price eggs are now, I don't blame him.
That's a reward of $1,000 to the man that gets that mountain lion. One of you boys ought to trap him.
Which one of us would you suggest?
Why don't you try it, Tubby? You got the biggest trap.
Hey, who are those guys?
That's the Nebraska football team. Now, remember, if you shoot that lion, I'll give you $1,000 for a skin. I need it to make stockings.
What kind of stockings can you make out of lion skin?
Nylon stockings. So long, Lordhead.
Hey, you hear that, fellas? The line's just north of us.
Which way south?
Come here, you coward. If you're afraid, you're not afraid to take a chance, you understand?
Yeah.
Now take this cane, you see it?
Yeah.
A lion won't bite you if you're carrying a cane.
Yeah, but how fast do I have to be carrying the cane? I ain't monkeying around with no lines, Abbott. The last time I saw a lion was in the Adirondack Mountains.
What happened?
I snapped at the lion, then the lion snapped at me, and then something whizzed past.
What was it?
Kansas City.
Quiet. I hear something. Listen.
I love you. Ouch.
I love you. Ouch.
I love you. Ouch.
I love you. Ouch.
Costello, what was that? 2 porcupines necking.
All right, Costello. All right, now take it easy, kid. I'm right in back of you. Don't worry about me. Here's the mouth of the cave. Now, go in there. That's a pal for you. I let you go in and get the lion, don't I?
You want me to go in and get the lion?
Certainly, I'm your friend.
Why don't you go in and get the lion?
Oh, what do you mean? You want me to go in? I have a family.
Oh, what I got?
Never mind what you've got. You go ahead and get that lion.
Okay.
Hey, what's the matter? You scared? Look at you. Your knees are knocking.
I always knock before I enter a cave.
Take it easy. Buck up, Costello. And remember, make the lion believe you're not afraid of him.
I couldn't be that deceitful.
You've got to think of those poor people who've lost their cattle and their chickens and their eggs on account of that lion. How can you face them, Costello? Think of it. How can you face them when they may be starving?
How can I face that lion? He may be starving, too.
Oh, there you are, Louis, honey. Oh, I'm so proud of you. I know you're going in that cave and kill that lion just for me.
I am?
Yes. And Louis, honey, I'd do anything for you. Why, I'd climb the highest mountain. I'd swim the deepest river.
How do you like that? Here I am facing death, and this dame is going to go out climbing and swimming. Okay, I'll go in. But if that lion runs out, don't nobody shoot at him.
Why not?
I may be inside of him. Gee, it's certainly dark in this lion's cave.
Why don't you light a match?
Who said that?
It's me, the lion.
What do you know? A talking lion. I gotta tell Abbott, Skinny, and Merlin about this.
Oh, no, you must never tell anyone. I'm a hermit, and I just hate people. I wear this lion skin to scare them away. I live in this cave all alone.
How did you find this cave with all the housing shortage?
I subleased it from a bear that went on the road with the skating act.
You must get lonesome here all alone. Why don't you get a roommate?
I had a roommate and elk. And then the meat shortage came along.
You mean that...
See this tooth hanging on this watch chain?
Yeah?
Well, it ain't mine.
Look, Mr. Hermit, my girl is outside. I promised her I'd bring out the lion. Give me that lion skin and I'll take it out there and everybody will think you're dead and nobody will bother you anymore.
Here, take the skin. Oh, goody. Now I can be a real hermit. And then I won't be bothered by Lucille Ball, Betty Grable, or Marilyn Maxwell.
Gee, do they call you?
No, that's what bothers me.
Hey, look. Here comes Costello out of the cave.
Oh, my hero. Look, he has the lion skin.
Who is the greatest hunter of them all? Bring him back alive, Costello.
When there is danger, who's the one they call? Bring him back alive, Costello.
Once I found a baby leopard
with milk, I filled his tummy, and then in some Egyptian tomb, I helped him find his mummy.
He taught Tarzan everything he knows. When endangered, he's not yellow.
Who looks dapper in his hunting clothes? No one but my handsome fellow.
One day I caught a tiger, I wasn't even trying, and in the movie house I caught a Metro Goldwyn lion.
Brave Captain Beatty, a threat to Clyde Beatty, the greatest hunter of them all.
Costello. Yeah? You've hunted a lot of big game. Tell me, did you ever hunt bear? I can't, Abbott. The bushes tickle me. Once I saw a mink, though. I saw a mink playing in the woods. I picked him up and I said to him, though you'll be a coatful on a Turner, left, mink, left. Though you'll be a lovely hat for Myrna, left, mink, left. At Ciro's, you'll have the best table. Think of those cold nights with Betty Shapiro. When you're on display at Bullock's Wilshire, giggle, meat, giggle. All your cares will vanish if your tail will wiggle, meat. Oh, wiggle, meat. Don't be depressed. Keep your skin up. When you see Frank Buck, just live.
Honey, my brave adventurer, someday you must take me hunting with you.
I will, Marilyn, my love. And you can ride on my Papa Jackass.
A Papa Jackass? Well, how do you know he's married?
All jackasses are married.
Oh, my hero. Let's celebrate tonight. We'll go to the smartest restaurant for dinner, see the best show in town, and then visit all the swanky nightclubs. Then I'll kiss you goodnight and... After you've gone and left me crying, after you've gone, there's no denying how lonesome I'll be. There's no one I'll see until she finds another sucker like me.
Who knows a song goes better than a book? Bring him back alive, Costello.
Who'll charm a snake with one hypnotic look? Bring him back alive, Costello.
I caught a baby penguin. He looks so awful cute. I haven't got the penguin, but I'm wearing his dress suit.
Who makes the wildest antlerless protect? No one else but you, Costello.
He makes the others hang their heads in shame. He's so groovy, he's so mellow.
I captured famous animals from every living herd. I even caught a Detroit tiger sliding in the third.
The greatest hunter of them all. The greatest hunter of them all.
Oh, boy. What a tough battle. But I won. Hey, Abbott, there is the lion's skin.
Wait a minute, Costello. There's something phony about this. Turn that skin over. I thought so. There's a label on that lion's skin, Costello. Come on, read it.
Eastern Columbia, Broadway at night.
By the way, Costello, the December 10th issue of Look magazine has printed the pictures of your big barbecue party for the kids.
Yes. Did you see it, Abbott?
I did. I saw your picture, your wife's picture, your kids' pictures, and my picture. But I didn't see my wife Betty's picture. And I know they took Betty's picture. Now, where's my wife's picture? Why wasn't it in there?
Well, the fellow that took your wife's picture couldn't develop it.
Why not?
He was afraid to go into the dark room with it alone.
Oh, good night.
The secret word tonight is water. W-A-T-E-R.
Really?
You bet your life. The more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers of America present Groucho Marx in You Bet Your Life, the comedy quiz series produced and transcribed from Hollywood. And here he is, the one, the only...
Gad, what a cad. Oh, that's me. Well, here I am again with 1,500 smackers for one of our couples.
Groucho, our studio audience selected some newlyweds to be on our show tonight just before we went on the air, and here they come, Mr. and Mrs. Jerry Engel. Come on in here and meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome, youngsters, for the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Say the secret word and you'll divide $100. It's a common word, something you see every day. Mr. and Mrs. Jerry, newlyweds. Well, I'm always happy to see newlyweds up here. It gives us a warm, cozy, glowing feeling. Say, I sound like Fireside Theater. You're the groom, I presume, huh? Pretty sharp tonight. Where are you all from?
Well, I'm from Long Beach.
How long since you left Long Beach?
10 years.
You mean it took you that long to get a bus?
Well.
And Mrs. Engel, huh? What's your first name?
Laurie.
Laurie?
Yes.
Like a motor Laurie, you mean? Laurie, huh? Like Annie Lo. Where are you from?
The Bronx.
Wow. How old are you, Laurie? I realize the gentleman never asked that question, so how old are you?
I'm 20.
20, huh? Whereabouts in the Bronx did you live? I used to live in the Bronx years ago.
I lived near the Bronx Zoo.
You lived near the Bronx Zoo? I lived in it. Well, let's find out something about you two. Jerry, how newlywed are you? Are you still on your honeymoon?
Well, yes and no.
Yes and no? You mean she's still honeymooning, but the honeymoon is all as far as you're concerned, is that it? Would you straighten me out, Laurie?
Well, the formal honeymoon is over, but, well, we hope that our marriage will always be a honeymoon.
Well, that's that's what I like about newlyweds. They're so warm and cozy and glowing. Plus that they haven't the slightest idea what they're talking about. Now, I hope with you that your marriage will be a long and successful one and that you have a constant honeymoon up until your golden wedding. And then you can start slugging it out. What sort of work do you do, Jerry?
Well, at the present time, Mr. Marx, I'm an auditor, and I'm hoping to become a CPA.
Must be a pretty shady racket if you have to spell it. What is a CPA? Is that anything like an APA or an OPA?
No, that stands for a Certified Public Accountant.
Well, how do I know you're certified? You don't even look homogenized. What does certified mean? They vaccinate you or something each morning before you go to work?
Well, a certified public accountant is an accountant who's been licensed by the state.
Why do I always run into these curious occupations? Why couldn't you just come up here and say you were a plumber?
No, I'm not a plumber.
Well, if you were, you'd have to hire your own CPA. I know, I paid a plumbing bill yesterday. $19 for a washer. Laurie, what kind of work does your husband do?
He balances books, and he helps fix income tax statements. I mean, he prepares
You don't mean
them.
that he fixes them, huh? You mean that he prepares them? Is that what you
Yes.
mean? First you prepare them, and then they get fixed. Suppose I hired you. What could you do for me, Jerry?
Well, it depends. It matters what your requirements are.
My requirements are very simple. A loaf of bread, a jug of wine, and Phil Spitalny's all-girl orchestra. Well, Jerry, stop evading the issue. What kind of services could you perform for me?
Well, I could manage your personal affairs.
Thanks. If it's all the same to you, I'll manage my own affairs. And you, a newlywed, you ought to be ashamed of yourself. Now, in just 1 minute, you're going to play You Bet Your Life for a chance at the $1,500 question. But before you do, here's something that every young couple should know.
The new, the 1952 DeSoto gives you greater safety than ever with big 12-inch Safeguard hydraulic brakes. Just a slight pedal pressure brings you to a smooth, straight-line stop. And here's why. On the front brakes, one shoe is anchored at the top and the other at the bottom. Thus, the rotation of the wheel wedges the shoe between the anchor and the drum, adding to the effective braking force. No doubt about it. No car in America has bigger, better brakes than the new, the 1952 DeSoto. And no car in America has a handier, safer parking brake either. DeSoto's parking brake is part of an independent braking system and gives 3 times, yes, 3 times the holding power of ordinary parking brakes. So drive a DeSoto before you decide. Safe to drive, a beauty to look at, and a real value, too. The car that's designed for you and your budget, too. The great new 1952 DeSoto. Now at your DeSoto Plymouth dealers. And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth, the low-priced car, most like high-priced cars.
All right, now let's see how you work together as a team. George, would you mind explaining the rules to these Hansel and Gretel over here?
All right. You bet as much of your $20 as you want on each of 4 questions, and the couple that earns the most money gets a chance at the $1,500 DeSoto Plymouth question later in the show.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected adjacent states. Here's your first question. How much of the $20 you going to bet?
16.
This is 16. All right. What state is directly north of Oregon?
Washington.
Washington is right.
Well, you're off to a good start. You have $36.
Remember, you're going for $1,500 tonight. How much of your $36 will you bet on your second question?
35.
35. What state is directly west of Texas?
Texas is New Mexico.
New Mexico is on the button.
Really on your way. You have $71.
Aren't you proud of him, Laurie?
Yes.
Here's your third question. How much of the 71 are you going to go for?
70.
She's the boss.
When they start admitting that on the 6th month. All right, you're going to bet 70. What state is directly west of Utah?
Utah. Nevada.
Nevada is correct.
You now have $141.
And here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much of the 141?
All of it.
All right. What state is directly south of Georgia?
Florida.
Florida is right.
And you wind up with $282.
Put it there, Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers.
We have a barber and a lady pharmacist for you now, Groucho. They both were selected from the audience just before we went on the air. Miss Nadine McLaughlin, Mr. Louis Horrow. Come in here and meet Groucho Marx.
Well, welcome to You Bet Your Life. Say the secret word and divide $100. It's a common word, something you see every day. Let's see now. A lady pharmacist and a barber, eh? Miss McLaughlin, are you the barber?
No, I'm a pharmacist.
Oh, you're the pharmacist. May I ask how old you are?
I'm 21.
21. Are you married?
Yes.
Well, I'm off to Mexico anyhow. Tell me, you say you're married. Is he a pharmacist's mate?
Well, yes. And I'm a pharmacist's mate because he's a pharmacist and I'm a pharmacist.
Oh, both pharmacists, huh?
Right.
Oh, you're really a drug on the market between you. How did you meet your husband?
Well, it was down in the laboratory at the University of Southern California, and we were rolling pills together. And, well, one thing led to another, and...
Yes, I guess. What do you mean? You were rolling pills down the hall? Or...
No, you roll them in your fingers.
Oh, is that the way you roll pills? Oh. And what happened? You liked the way he was rolling these things?
Well, I decided that if I couldn't catch a husband in pharmacy school, where the boys outnumbered the girls 20-1, that I'd be doomed to sell aspirin the rest of my life.
What grain? Do you remember?
What difference does it make?
It really doesn't make any difference. But it's always nice to have some kind of a rejoinder. When somebody gets through making a statement that bewilders me. Mr. Louis Harrow, huh?
Yes,
you
sir?
must be the barber, huh?
Yes, I am.
Where are you from, Louis?
I'm from Guadalajara, Mexico.
Oh, I Guadalajara at home. She's about 5 years old now. I'll be in Mexico tomorrow morning.
Well, congratulations.
Are you congratulating me or Mexico? Oh. Are you married, Louis?
Yes, I am.
Mm-hmm. You have children?
Oh, we only have 5 children. That's the first batch, you know.
First batch. What are you raising, cookies? I guess these are raisin cookies. What are their names? Do you recall any of their names?
Well, it's quite confusing. You see, my oldest boy's name is after me, and my daughter's after my wife.
The older boy is after you?
I mean, has the same name as mine.
Oh.
So
what's his name?
Louis.
Oh.
So
It's a coincidence. That's the same name you've got.
So we call him...
wonders never cease.
So we call him by numbers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to make it easier, so it won't be so confusing.
What do you mean? Make it easier for the next batch, you mean?
Well...
You're going to start off again with Louis on the second 5?
Well, probably we start a family of Louis the 15th, probably.
Pretty snappy with the quips, this Bob. It's the type that won't let you read a newspaper. How'd you meet your wife, number 1?
Well, I met her in a department store. I went in there to get some shirts. Unfortunately, I didn't know my size, so she was very glad to tell me what size I was supposed to wear.
How old were you then, Louis?
Well, I was 21.
You were 21? You didn't know what size shirt you wore?
No.
I may not go to Mexico. Well, you've taught me a lot tonight, and if I'm smart, I'll never take another pill unless I'm getting my hair cut. And if you're smart, you'll visit your DeSoto Plymouth dealer for the best and safest. Remember that, Nadine. And you too, Louise. Now you're going to play You Bet Your Life. You beat our other couples, and you'll get a chance at the $1,500 question. I can't tell you how much you have to win, but George is going to remind our listeners.
The newlyweds won $282, and the secret word is water.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected United States river cities. Here's your first question. How much will you bet?
Well, 16. 16.
All right. It's $16. On what river is the city of Cincinnati?
Ohio.
That's right, Ohio. You know, you can talk it over.
Well, you're on your way. You have $36.
Remember, you're going for $1,500 tonight. How much of the 36 will you bet on your second question?
33.
33. On what river is the city of El Paso?
Rio Grande.
Rio Grande is right.
You now have $69.
Rio Grande. Here's your third question, then. How much will you bet at the 69 smackers?
How many more rivers do you know?
Well, there's no rivers. He fought Battling Nelson and Old Man Rivers.
67.
67, all right. And what river is the city of Minneapolis? On what river? On what river is the city of Minneapolis?
St. Lawrence?
Yes.
St. Lawrence?
Mississippi River runs all the way down from Minneapolis down to New Orleans.
You now have $2.
All right, here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much will you bet?
$2. $2.
On what river is the city of Albany?
Albany, that's in New York.
Take a guess. I'm sorry. Well, it's the Hudson River.
Groucho?
Well, we can't let you go away from here broke. I'll give you one more question. You answer it correctly, and we'll see that you don't leave here with less than $25. You've got nothing, so the $25 will make up the difference. That's obscure to me, too. Now, think hard now, and please no help from the audience. In what city do you find the Hollywood YWCA?
Hollywood.
Hollywood is right. Put it in. Thanks, and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers.
We asked if there were any women present tonight who had unusual hobbies. And just before we went on the air, Mrs. Mary V. Hood was selected. Her partner, Mr. James W. Monte, is a very unusual man, Groucho, and I'm sure you'll understand why I invite him to be at our show tonight when you meet him. So, folks, come on in and meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome, kids, for the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Say the secret word and divide $100. It's a common word, something you see every day. Mrs. Mary V. Hood and Mr. James W. Monte. Mrs. Hood, where are you from originally?
I was born at Valescure in France.
You were born in France? Mm-hmm. That's a kind of a strange name, isn't it? That isn't a French name, is it? Hood?
Hood? No. I'm an American citizen.
Oh, I see. What does your husband do, Mrs. Hood?
He teaches mathematics.
You mean like addition and subtraction?
No, he's college education.
Oh, long division, eh?
Well, he calls it integral calculus and analytics and, nasty things like that. Long words. Great big long words.
Well,
25 years, I haven't had time yet to know it.
You haven't absorbed any of this, Mrs. Hood?
I'm careful what I learn.
I'm not. I'm infected with trivia of all kinds. Mr. Monte, where were you born?
Born in Macomb, Illinois, in a log cabin.
In a log cabin, huh?
Yeah.
How old are you?
Well, on my next birthday, I'll be 90 years old.
Well, you must have been born quite some time ago.
Yeah. 2 days ago.
You're almost 90 years old?
Yes, sir.
Well, Mr. Monte, we get familiar in a hurry around here. What shall I call you?
Everybody calls me Daddy.
I'll be very happy to call you Daddy. Happier than you realize. Imagine me calling anyone Daddy. I'll call you Dada. And you can call me number 1. Or Louis, if you prefer. Are you married, Dad?
Yes, sir.
You are, huh? How long you been married?
57 years.
Well, stick to it. It may work out all right. How large is your clan? Or how green is my valley, I suppose? How large is your family?
4 children, 7 grandchildren, 7 great-grandchildren.
How about great-great-grandchildren?
You have to give me time.
Now, after 57 years of marriage, have you any advice for younger married couples?
Well, I'd advise a man never to argue with a woman.
You don't believe in arguing with a woman, is that it?
No, sir.
Well, that's sound advice, Dad. If we all did that, we'd all live to be 90. Mrs. Hood, how long have you been married?
26 years.
Do you have any advice for younger married couples?
Yes. First of all, never buy anything that costs more than $10 without talking it over. But that doesn't mean to say that you shouldn't talk everything over, even if it does lead to an argument. It clears the air eventually.
Now, Dad, this isn't exactly in accord with your philosophy. What have you got to say about that?
I think she's right.
No wonder he got to be 90. Now, Mrs. Hood, I understand you have an interesting hobby. Could you tell us what it is?
Well, I'm an ecologist.
I'm sorry, but that isn't the secret word tonight. A nice try, though. What do you mean, an ecologist?
We study the interrelationship of plants, animals, soil, and water.
Oh.
That's the beginning.
Well, you said water. That's the secret word. So you and Pappy over here split $100 between you. 50 for you and 50 for you. In other words, you're a conservationist. Is that right?
That's a good explanation of it.
A conservationist is someone who likes to talk.
Well, all
to
women
make
do
conservation,
that.
isn't it? And I've just made too much in the last 5 seconds. Now, Dad Fenneman says you're a very unusual man. I'd like to know why, besides the fact that you're a vigorous, healthy 90.
Because I fly.
You mean you just flap your arms and take off?
No, sir. I fly an airplane.
Wait a minute. At 90, you actually pilot a plane?
Yes, sir.
It's extraordinary. At 90, a man is unusual if he can pilot a rocking chair. How long have you been a pilot, Junior?
I've been a pilot now for quite a while. The young fellow.
Well, that was quite a while, all right. I'm curious. Are there any licensed pilots around who are older than you?
I'm told I'm the oldest active licensed pilot in the world.
Oh, when did you first get the urge to pilot a flying machine?
When I was 8 years old.
Well, that's old enough. Why didn't you fly one?
Well, they wasn't invented at that time.
A flimsy excuse if I ever heard it. Well, how did you get the urge to fly if there weren't any airplanes?
I had a vision that I'd fly like the heavy-bodied bird, soar through the skies from city to city and ocean to ocean. Nobody could ever talk me out of it.
Is there any special ambition you have as a pilot?
I want to fly a jet.
Well, you look just like the movie version of a jet pilot. Why would you like to do that?
Well, bring me up to date.
Dad, you're just a 90-year-old hot rod driver.
I've flown everything from Virginia to DC-6.
You have, eh? Now, do you think it'd be a good idea if everybody learned to fly a plane so we could all get around faster?
I think it would. Everybody learn to fly a plane and get around faster, but the point is to know what they're going to do when they get there.
Now, Dad, you're all right. And even if you weren't piloting in an airplane, the rest of us would still have to look up to you. I'm proud to meet a man with your vigor at the age of 90.
Thank you.
Well, it's been interesting talking to you two. And, Dad, you've restored my confidence in flying. I won't get sick anymore when I lick an airplane stand. Now then, you're going to play You Bet Your Life for a chance at the DeSoto Plymouth $1,500 question. You run your $20 no more than our other couples. I can't tell you how much you have to win, but George is going to remind our listeners.
The newlyweds still lead with $282, and the secret word is water.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can bid you $20. You selected famous physical characteristics. Here's your first question. How much of the 20 will you try?
15.
15.
Is that right?
All right. What was the
15.
name of the large-sized Philistine who was slain by David's slingshot?
David and Goliath.
Goliath is right.
Well, you're off to a good start. You have $35.
I'll be going for $1,500 tonight. How much of the $35 will you bet on your second question?
30.
$30.
$30. What was the name of the little wooden boy whose nose grew when he told a lie?
Pinocchio.
Pinocchio is right.
You now have $65.
Here's your third question. How much of the 65 will you bet?
60.
60? What long-nosed poet helped woo his friend's girl, Roxanne?
Oh, I know it. Suivez ma panache blanche. no division.
Serrano is right.
You've now climbed to $125.
Imagine a Frenchwoman always missing that, huh?
$120.
Is that what you're going to bet? Okay, here we go. The last chance to beat the other couples, $120. What was the name of the strong man who was weakened when his hair was cut?
Samson.
Samson and Delilah.
Well, you wind up with $245, and that means that the newlyweds with $282 in just 1 minute get a chance at the DeSoto Plymouth $1,500 question.
George, I got a nice letter from a Mr. Albert L. Mackenzie of Campbell, California, and I wonder if you'd mind reading it.
Oh, gladly. Let's see. Mr. Mackenzie writes, Dear Mr. Marks, I followed your advice, went into a DeSoto Plymouth dealer and told them Groucho sent me. Well, I purchased a used car. It was fairly priced, and I'm very happy with it. And I received a very satisfactory allowance on my old car. The dealer was courteous and very efficient, and had that rare gift of making me feel at home and welcome. The deal was somehow lifted out of the realm of a mere business transaction where you simply got what you paid for and placed on an entirely different plane. It was a novel and pleasing experience I thought you might be interested in hearing. Yours very truly, Albert L. Mackenzie. And friends, I'm sure you'd like that kind of treatment, too. So if you're interested in a used car, visit a DeSoto Plymouth dealer.
And when you do, tell them Groucho sent you.
And here are the newlyweds, the winning couple, all set for the DeSoto Plymouth $1,500 question, Groucho.
Yeah, for $1,500. I'll give you 15 seconds to decide on a single answer between you. Think carefully, and please no help from the audience. Ready? One of the most famous opera houses in the world is located in Milan, Italy. For $1,500, what is the name of this great musical landmark? Talk it over. All right, what's the answer you two have decided upon? Take a guess.
Vespucci?
No, I'm sorry. It's La Scala. Correct answer is La Scala, so that means the big question next week will be worth $2,000. Well, you lost the big money, but how much did they win in the quiz, George?
$282.
Well, that's not too bad. Congratulations, and thanks to both of you and to all of our contestants on the show tonight.
Be sure to tune in again next Wednesday night at the same time for the Groucho Marx Show, when the big question will be worth $2,000. And don't miss Groucho's television show, also presented by the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America. And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth. Two great cars, both products of the Chrysler Corporation.
And when you drive in, tell them Groucho sent you. Good night, folks, and remember, see the 1952 DeSoto.
Here's a reminder from the National Safety Council. You can't control the weather, but you can control your speed. You Bet Your Life, transcribed from Hollywood, is produced by John Goodell, directed by Robert Dwan and Bernie Smith. Music by Jerry Fielding. This is George Fenneman signing off for the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast.
Well, sir, it's early evening as we enter the small house halfway up in the next block now. And here in the living room we find Mr. Victor Gook and young Mr. Rush Gook. This latter individual is established at the library table, where he vigorously plies pencil to paper. Vic, athwart the Davenport in an attitude of ease, scans the newspaper. He puts it aside now, regards his son a moment, and remarks,
"You're most industrious this evening, Smokescreen."
Yeah.
What's the nature of your occupation?
Making a list of the individuals with whom I enjoy a speaking acquaintance. Nicer Scott made a list of the individuals with whom he enjoys a speaking acquaintance, and by George, you'd be startled at the number.
What was it?
Guess one.
By speaking acquaintances, you refer to people...
People you say hello to. Mailman, guy that comes to look at the gas meter, conductor on the West Market Street streetcar, you know.
I suppose you include your friends?
Yeah, and also relatives. Anybody on earth you say hello to when you meet him on the street is a speaking acquaintance. Guess how many individuals with whom Nicer Scott enjoys a speaking acquaintance?
Well, let's see. 200?
No.
300?
Ridiculous.
How many?
655,921.
Get out.
He's got their names wrote down in black and white.
There's not that many people in Peoria, Rockford, Moline, Springfield, Decatur,
Hey, you want your shoes to hop off and hit the ceiling?
Huh?
You want your undershirt to explode in a million pieces?
No.
I found out something this afternoon that'll make your Sunday hat turn green. Sonny, hadn't you better take your algebra upstairs? There's going to be talking going on.
I finished my algebra.
Finished it?
Miss Monroe gave us a very brief assignment for tomorrow. Very, very brief assignment.
What are you doing there? Studying some of your other lessons?
I'm making a list of the individuals with whom I enjoy a speaking acquaintance.
You're going to enjoy a speaking acquaintance with something you won't like if that report card don't show better marks next time.
I've changed my mind, kiddo. I want my shoes to hit the ceiling and my hat to turn green and my undershirt explode into...
Ruthie Stembottom is not acquainted with Miss Harris.
No?
No. They've never been introduced.
They enjoy a speaking acquaintance, don't they?
No, they've never even so much as nodded at each other.
By George, Mom, you've brought up a topic which fits right in with the conversation. Governor and myself were speaking about individuals...
You could have run over my big toe with a coal wagon. I was so astonished. Here's how I found out about it. Ruthie and I were downtown today and talking along about this and that on the way home. She says, "Say, how's Miss Harris's cold?" I says, "Golly, I meant to run over and inquire, and it slipped my mind altogether." Ruthie says, "I happened to think about her having such a bad cold when I was polishing furniture this morning, and it kind of halfway worried me with so many sick with flu. She's such a jolly, active woman, I hate to see her not feeling good." Understand now, it was Ruthie made that speech. I says, "Well, if it bothered you, why didn't you telephone?" She says, "How could I? I'm not acquainted with Miss Harris." Darndest thing you ever heard of? Darndest thing you ever heard of? I says, "What do you mean you're not acquainted with Miss Harris, Ruthie?" She says, "Why, I mean just that. We've never been introduced." Darndest thing you ever heard of? You could have chopped off my nose with a pound of butter.
By George, these pile up.
Your list of speaking acquaintances?
Yeah. Look here. 2 pages chock full of names.
How many did you say were on Nicer's list?
655,921.
Nicer Scott knows that many people?
He knows them well enough to say hello to.
Oh.
He's got it all wrote down in black and white.
Rush, old buggy whip. Think a minute. The figure you just quoted so glibly is more than 20 times larger than the figure representing the population of this whole city.
The individuals with whom Nicer enjoys a speaking acquaintance ain't restricted to just this city.
Did you know everybody in Minneapolis and St. Paul? I believe their combined populations amount to about 600,000.
By George, he's got an uncle in St. Paul.
With whom he enjoys a speaking acquaintance, I presume?
Sure. And he's got relatives in Mena, Arkansas, Cleveland, Ohio, Somerset, Kentucky, and Sheridan, Indiana. No joking, they really count up. But just look at how many I've gotten. Only been writing down names about 15 minutes.
Ain't that the darndest thing, though?
About Ruthie and my hair? Yes.
Oh, you could have took a dish mop and elected me king of Peoria. How long have we lived in this house? 7 years?
Closer to 8.
Lived in this house 8 years, and I met Miss Harris the very first day and seen her every day since. I met Ruthie as soon as I moved here from Dixon, too. Makes 8 years I've known her. And she's been here millions and millions and millions of times. And Miss Harris has been here millions and millions of times. And they've never met each other.
Okay, Gus.
Okay, what?
I've completed the first 100 names of individuals with whom I enjoy a speaking acquaintance.
You're going to be angry with me, Rush, but I might as well say it and not be an old hypocrite. I don't care about your first 100 speaking acquaintances.
Listen, Mr. Victor Gook, Mrs. Victor Gook, Mr. Fletcher Rush, Mr. Rush Gook, Mr. Smelly Clark.
You enjoy a speaking acquaintance with yourself?
I might as well include myself. As far as that goes, there's no reason why I couldn't be a speaking acquaintance of myself. Oh, there, Rush. Call yourself. How you feeling? Feeling great. How you feeling? Never better. By George,
What
right
on
now.
earth's this now?
A man talking to himself.
You'd have thought they bumped into each other places.
Ruthie and my Harris? Yeah, you would.
The more I think of it, the more you could put my leg in the tea kettle.
Why didn't somebody introduce him at your thimble club?
Miss Harris is not a member of the Thimble Club.
Church?
Miss Harris goes to Park Inn there on Allen Street.
By George, I just thought of a whole slew of speaking acquaintances. The kids I went through the different grades with at Edward School. Let's see, Paul Keefer, Robert Murray, Everett Baldwin, Forrest Hillman, Ralph Trott, Joe Rosenberg, Harry Steffen, Laura Getsky, Geraldine Bass, Will Horney. Huh?
Your recital is slightly wearisome.
I'll say.
No, but ain't it surprising how many speaking acquaintances an individual enjoys?
Yeah.
By George, I bet if I keep on thinking them up, pretty soon I'll have as long a list as measures. What if you walked down the street and bumped into all your speaking acquaintances at once? Hello, Paul. Hello, Robert. Hello, Everett. Hello, Forrest. Hello, Ralph. Hello, Joe. Hello, Harry. Hello, Laura. Hello, Geraldine. Hello, Wilmore. Hello, Fred. Hello, Margaret.
Oh, Rush, for mercy's sake.
I'm demonstrating what happened if you walk down the street.
Well, give us a rest. I tell you the thing about it that gets me.
About my Harris and Ruthie?
All these years, they've talked like they knew each other. Ruthie will say, did Miss Harris receive that letter from her sister explaining about Arthur's Court? See? Miss Harris has said 40,000 times, what did Ruthie wear at such and such a place? Her little blue or the tan frock with insertion? Just from listening to me, they understand everything about each other. Clothes and relatives and little sicknesses and everything. But never met.
Thought of another whole slew of speaking acquaintances. The guys I've had in my Sunday school classes through the years. Let's see. Fred Ray, Merlin Beeson, Russell Herman, Ed Bennett, Sam Bavister, William Cleveland, Charles Marshes, John Boyland, Clement Costigan, Jack Sweeney.
That's enough.
By George, if I go on at this rate, I'll beat Nicer's list.
I asked Ruthie. I said, surely, Ruthie, you bump into each other lots of times. Downtown, grocery store, in at Hamilton's and around. She says, yes, we have, many times. I says, well, for goodness sakes, why didn't you speak? She says, well, I thought of it, but something always kind of held me back. Guess I was afraid I'd make myself look pushy. And I'll just bet you $9 that's the way Miss Harris felt. Afraid if she spoke, Ruthie might get the notion she was pushy. Darndest thing you ever heard of? Why, gracious sakes alive.
76988, please.
What's all this now?
Getting in crack. Thank you, Scott.
Why, gracious sakes alive, if it'd been me, I'd have waltzed up to Miss Harris and says, Miss Harris, I'm Ruthie Stembot. I mean, you know I'm Ruthie Stembot. Oh, my.
Oh, just sitting around. Yeah. Say, I'm making a list of speaking acquaintances. I haven't counted them, but there's plenty. Pretty soon I expect to have you beat. Oh, is that so? How many added on? What's your grand total? Go on. I guess this is enough of this conversation. Go on.
How many?
Huh?
How many speaking acquaintances is Nicer got?
2,108,697,483.
Ain't that the darndest thing, you know?
About Ruthie and my Harris? Yeah.
Ain't that the darndest thing?
Bristol Myers, makers of Ipana toothpaste for the smile of beauty and Vitalis for well-groomed hair, bring you transcribed Duffy Tavern with our guest tonight, Charles Coburn, and starring Archie himself, Ed Gardner.
Hello, Duffy's Tavern, where the elite meet to eat. Archie the manager speaking. Duffy ain't here. Oh, hello, Duffy. Tonight, Charles Coburn. Charles Coburn. Now, Duffy, don't hang up. All right, so 1 week it ain't a dame. Huh? You never heard of Coburn? Duffy, I'm surprised. The gentleman's histrionic talents have made him one of the foremost exponents of Festus. Yes, he's a ham. Yeah, been in show business for years. How old is he? Well, let me put it this way. He's old enough to know what it's all about, but he ain't young enough to do nothing about it. Yeah, that's right. A lot like Jolson. Except if Coburn ever got down on one knee, he'd never get up again. Right? How's business here? Well, we're running ahead of yesterday. Yeah. We was closed yesterday. Well, you know something, Duffy? You know what'll help business here? A doorman, you know, a good front man. Huh? Well, when a customer comes in the place, what's the first thing he thinks about? Right. About leaving. So, we got to have a front man to block the door, and this Coburn is a natural for the job. Yeah. You ought to see the front the guy puts up. His duties, well, we'd expect him to go up to the customers, you know, and inquire, for instance, how they like the food here. Duffy, who's going to hit a guy his age? Well, look, I'm busy now. I'll call you back. But, Duffy, me and Eddie is right in the middle of some very important business. Okay. Okay, Eddie, deal out the cards.
Okay, Miss Archie. Oh, this is a wonderful game, you know? What'd you say the name of it?
It's called Jim Rummy. It's named after that famous gambler, Diamond Jim.
Diamond Jim, huh? I thought this game was called Jim Rummy.
You're thinking of Eli Whitney. Yeah, he invented the cotton gin.
I saw it, a great game.
Yeah.
Very educational.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. How much you owe me so far?
See, now, you give me 4 times 3,000 points. Times it by 7 is 21,000. 21,000 plus 10,000 for boxes is 32,000. Multiplied by 4. It's an even $1.
Okay, give me the buck.
Okay, here's the buck. Now, lend me the loan of the buck back.
Nothing doing. That's bad luck. I ain't gonna lend you no money.
You won't lend me a lousy buck? That's a fine attitude. Suppose other people felt that way. Suppose Isabella hadn't lent Columbus some money. Do you realize the world would still be flat? Eddie, I'm surprised at you.
Archie, this Charles Coburn who's coming down here tonight.
What about him?
Well, why don't you ever have anyone like Robert Hale or a Tyrone Power to meet me?
Tyrone Power? Look, Miss Duffy, when a guy's got a filet mignon at home, he don't go out to eat hash. I might further mention that to get guys like Tyrone Power down here, we'd have to induce them with a little sex appeal.
Sex appeal? What is it? Nothing but sheer plain animal attraction.
Animal attraction. Look, have you ever been to the burlesque?
Yeah.
Ever see crowds like that at the zoo?
Incidentally, how old is Mr. Coburn?
What's it to you?
Well, Casey happens to find me irresistible.
Look, Miss Duffy, the guy may have gray hair, but his opticals are still good. Now, beat it, will you? I wish to be alone.
All right.
My wish has been granted. What's the matter with you, Finnegan? You look a little tired.
Oh, yeah. I couldn't sleep a wink last night.
Couldn't sleep, huh? Did you try counting sheep?
Yep. Counted up to 864.
Yeah, and still couldn't get to sleep?
No, the room got so stuffy, I had to get up and open the window.
How come?
I made a mistake. Instead of sheep, I was counting goats. Another thing that kept me awake was a loud party going on upstairs.
Well, why didn't you go upstairs and tell them to shut up?
Well, as it turned out, I didn't have to. You see, the ceiling in my apartment ain't too strong.
So?
So the next thing I know, I'm dancing with a tall blonde.
You mean the party dropped in on you and carried on in your apartment?
Well, not exactly.
What do you mean, not exactly?
Well, as you know, the floor in my apartment ain't too strong neither.
So you dropped in on the people downstairs?
Yeah.
How long did this party last?
Clear through to the basement. You know them penthouse parties are. They go on for a long time. So, as I say, I didn't get a wink of sleep.
Well, what'd you do all night?
Played solitaire with me brother.
Solitaire with your brother? Two of you playing solitaire?
What else could we play? We only had one deck of cards.
Oh, so you played cards?
Yeah.
I didn't know you was a card player.
Oh, I'm very good at it, Art.
Maybe we can get up a little game.
Well, good.
All right, we'll play dealer's choice. What game do you like?
Flipping them into a hat. Boy, that's a wonderful card, kid.
It's a better card game than it is a joke. Flipping them into a hat. I thought that was very funny. Flipping them into a hat. Huh?
Yeah, I thought so, too.
Look, how would you like to play a little rummy?
A little rummy? Why not? I'll play anybody.
Finnegan, I mean Jim Rummy.
Oh, Jim Rummy.
The new card game.
How do you play it?
I'll show you. You got any money?
Well, I got $50.
In that case, I think I can teach you the game.
Oh, thanks, Doc. And I think you'll find that I learn very fast.
Well, if you learn very fast, how come you don't know nothing?
Oh, easy come, easy go.
I'm glad you feel that way, Finnegan. Now, put up to 50 cents.
Okay.
All right. Now, card for you, card for me. Card for you, card for me.
Miss Archer, how can you do it?
It'll be a lesson, Tometi. It'll teach him not to gamble.
Hello, Arch.
Oh, hello, Joe. Did you finish your broadcast already?
Yeah, and boy, if I have to work with that comedian one more week, I'll blow my top.
Why, what's the matter?
He got so many laughs tonight, I had to cut the commercial.
This is bad.
Well, certainly it's bad. It was awful. Because I never got a chance to say that Ipana toothpaste is the toothpaste more dentists use themselves, as well as recommend to their patients, than any other. You ought to try the Ipana way yourself. It's easy. First, between regular visits to your dentist, brush all tooth surfaces with Ipana toothpaste at least twice a day. Then massage gums the way your dentist advises to stimulate gum circulation. That's all. But see the difference Ipana toothpaste can make to your teeth, to your smile. Notice Ipana's wonderful flavor, too. How it leaves your mouth fresher, your breath cleaner. You'll really like Ipana and what it can do for you. So get a tube first chance you get. Remember, a good dentifrice like a good dentist is never a luxury. Make the Ipana way your way to healthier gums, brighter teeth, a more sparkling smile. The Ipana smile, the smile of beauty.
Finnegan, that's that.
Okay, Arch. You owe me $3.
$3. Okay, here you are.
Oh, thanks, Arch. Hey, wait a minute.
What?
That guy that just came in. I think I seen him in the movie. Ain't that Faye Baker?
Finnegan, that's Charles Coburn. Well, Mr. Coburn, may I tell you that many great stars have passed through these portholes. But you are the portliest of them all. And furthermore, may I say that we are indeed pleased...
Oh, shut up. So this is Duffy's Tavern,
Mm-hmm.
Where's Duffy?
He's home.
He's smart.
You don't like the place?
Well, it's sort of broken down and decrepit. But then, who am I to talk?
That's right. At least you've got a roof over your head. By the way, are you keeping busy these days?
Oh, yes. My days are quite full. Pictures, radio, personal appearances, looking for work.
Tell me, how long have you been an actor?
About 50 years.
50 years, almost a decade. Huh? Look, as long as you brought it up, just how old a man are you?
Approaching 65.
Mm-hmm. Tell me, at an age like that, what do you do for amusement?
Oh, I collect antique furniture.
Antique furniture? Did you buy these antiques when they was new?
All except the 18th century stuff. John Quincy Adams outbid me.
Well, I'm sorry I ain't got no antiques to amuse you, but how about a drink?
Thank you, I will.
Okay. Eddie, 3 fingers of warm milk. Would you like something to eat with it, Mr. Coburn?
No, thanks. I have to be very careful what I eat.
Yeah, what's the matter? Is stomach kicking up?
It used to, but it hasn't got the strength anymore. All it does now is to squirm a little.
Here's milk, Miss Coburn.
Oh, thank you. I'll have to take these pills first.
Pills, eh? I see. Hey, what's them red ones for?
My liver.
And the green ones?
Kidneys.
How about the brown ones?
Stomach.
Oh, tell me, what's the purple ones for?
Just a dash of lavender to round out the color scheme.
Say, Archie.
We're in trouble. I suppose you want an introduction?
To him? I'm afraid he doesn't appeal to a person of my sex.
Archie.
Yeah?
What sex is that?
She's a girl.
You could have fooled me.
Well, we might as well get it over with. Miss Duffy, this is Charles Coburn.
How do you do?
No, I'm sorry, Mr. Coburn. But May can never wed December.
Miss Duffy, December had no intention of asking you.
Miss Duffy, can't you see that he ain't interested in you?
Oh, no? Did you see the look in his eyes?
Forgive me, dear lady. I was carried away by your lovely, ravishing face. I can go along with the gag.
Tell me something, Mr. Coburn.
Yes?
Do girls go out with you?
Oh, once in a while.
How do they explain you to their folks?
They usually say, Mama, see what I'll have to marry if you don't let me go out with Joe?
Well, Mr. Coburn, don't feel too bad. Remember, any girl who'd go out with you isn't worth having anyway.
Miss Duffy, will you please desist your presence? Me and the gentleman here has some business to discuss. Tell me, Mr. Coburn, how long did you say you've been an actor?
50 years.
50 years, huh? Don't you think you ought to settle down to a steady job?
A steady job?
Yeah.
Where?
Here in Duffy's Tavern.
I'd rather marry Miss Duffy.
The hard way, huh? Look, it happens that we have a very important job open.
What kind of a job?
We need a front man.
A front man?
Yeah, and you're just the type, you know. Prosperous looking, well-fed, well-dressed, businesslike, perfect phony. Well, what do you say?
But, Archie, a job like that, wouldn't it tie me down?
Not too tied down. Take me. I worked here, and I wasn't too tied down to do a picture for Paramount.
Yes, I saw that picture.
Oh, really? What'd you think of it?
You should be tied down.
Mr. Coburn, for a man who is seeking employment, I should think you'd be a little more diplomatic.
I was only fooling, Archie.
Oh, really?
Yes. I really enjoyed the picture.
Did you?
Yes, especially Dorothy L'Amour. In that sarong. Oh.
How old did this guy say he was? You like that sarong, huh?
Yeah, didn't you?
Personally, I never gave it a second thought. I was too busy with the first thought. But what a cast we had in that picture. Remember Bing Crosby?
No.
He was in it. Remember Betty Hutton?
Yes.
Remember Victor Moore?
No.
Remember Veronica Lake?
Yes.
Remember Alan Ladd?
No.
Remember Diana Lynn?
Yes.
Looks like December has moved up a couple of months. Yeah, it was a great cast we had. 34 stars in addition to me.
Yes, 34 stars and 1 eclipse.
Excuse me. Hello? Oh, hello, Duffy. No, I ain't got him out on the sidewalk yet. Huh? Well, I figure on rainy days we can let him stand inside, you know, next to the cash register. Well, Duffy, we can have him bonded. Look, Duffy, there's nothing to worry about. He's the settled type, you know, not bright enough to steal and too old to run. Incidentally, how much you think we should pay him? Duffy, he can make more money than that out of Social Security. Huh? Okay. Be with you in a second, Mr. Coburn. Eddie, Duffy says we gotta test the guy's character before we hire him.
Character, huh?
Yeah, and I agree with him, you know. I won't have nobody around here, Eddie, unless he's honest. There's 2 things we gotta have. Character and honesty. Now, we gotta test the guy.
How?
We'll flip him in a poker game. That's the sure way to test out a guy's character, you know, to play him poker.
Suppose he wins.
Then he's fired. We can't have guys around here without character.
Did you fellas say you're going to play poker?
Oh, yeah. You want to sit in, Joe?
No, thanks. I'll just stand around and make suggestions.
Everybody's a kibitzer.
Well, no, Arch, not really. If you happen to have a queen, I'll just casually mention that every queen goes for a guy that has that well-groomed Vitalis look. And I might even go so far as to say that you can look like a king after a Vitalis 60-second workout. Won't cost you so much jack, either. And you'll like Vitalis, especially so if you're troubled with dry, unruly hair. Hair that's been dried out by sun, wind, and water. Why, no other hair preparation can give your scalp and hair better protection than Vitalis and the 60-second workout. For the Vitalis formula contains 2 of the same ingredients that many skin specialists prescribe for dry, flaky scalps. plus all the other extras that make your hair more handsome, more healthy looking. So try the Vitalis 60-second workout. Let us prevent scalp and hair dryness, rout flaky dandruff, and give you the best-looking, healthiest-looking head of hair you ever had. You'll look your best tomorrow if you get a bottle of Vitalis today.
Now, look, fellas. Leave us not scare this guy off by mentioning poker right away, you know. I'll lead him up to it gradually, you know, subtle-like.
Subtle-like, huh?
Yeah. Mr. Coburn.
Yes?
Speaking of baseball, them St. Louis Browns is the best baseball team in St. Louis. Don't you think so?
No, I like the Cards.
Speaking of cards, how would you like to indulge in a nice sociable game of, say, Jim Rummy?
Well, frankly, I don't know much about cards.
A pigeon. You say you don't know much about cards?
No. About 6 years ago, I did play a game called poker.
Poker, huh? What kind of a game is that?
Well, it's been so long ago, I've forgotten.
Me too. Why don't we play again? Maybe it'd come back to us, huh?
All right. If you'll promise to be patient with the greenhorn.
I'm even greener than you.
No, I'm much greener than you.
Nah, I'm a lot greener than you.
These are the two greenest actors I ever seen.
I'll get the cards. Fellas, we got a real sucker here. This guy don't know a thing about poker.
The poker! Oh, boy, poker!
Do you play poker?
No. No, I don't, but I got some luck.
If you got any kind of luck at all, that's the kind. Now, Finnegan, all you got to remember in poker is one thing.
Yeah.
Don't go into a pot unless you got four of a kind.
Four of a kind, huh?
That's right.
Yeah.
Don't go in unless you got four of a kind.
Okay, I got it.
Well, Mr. Coburn, what shall we play first? Say, 1 and 2?
All right, 100 and 200.
Shall we compromise?
All right.
2 cents and 4 cents. All right, now, let's start the game. Now, go ahead and deal out the cards. By the way, you do know how to deal, don't you?
Well, I used to be able to. Now, let me see. 3 missing.
What do you think we should do?
Well, by a very fortunate coincidence, I happen to have a deck of cards right here in my pocket.
Oh, really? In your pocket? How long did you say it was since you played?
6 years. This is an old coat. I wonder if I'll be able to remember how to play this poker.
Yeah, I wonder if I'll remember, too. How are we going to play?
Straight poker. Jacks are better, nothing wild.
Mr. Archie, I got a queer feeling that ain't such an old coat.
Well, let's look out now. See, what have I got? I'll open it. I bet 4 cents. Wait, no, I don't.
Leave it there. That's down or dead.
Are you staying, Eddie?
No, I'm dropping out. Me too.
Me too. You win the pot, Mr. Coburn.
Oh, do I win?
Yep, take the money.
Well, this is great fun. Beginner's luck, I guess.
Yeah, what'd you have?
A pair of bullets. I mean, 2 ones.
You deal next, Eddie. By the way, Finnegan, what did you drop out with?
Oh, nothing. 3 kings.
You dropped out with 3 kings.
Well, you told me to only go in with 4 of a kind.
Yeah, that's right. Won't do that. Just wait till you get 4 of a kind.
Okay.
Well, here's your cards, gentlemen.
Oh, boy! I open it!
You open it, Finnegan?
Yeah.
In that case, I think I'll drop out.
And did you do? Well, I think I'll stay.
Brave boy.
Okay, how many cards you drawing?
None. I think I'll stand pat.
Oh, yeah? Well, I'll stand pat, too.
Hey, very shrewd poker, Finnegan.
Here's my bet.
I raise you.
I raise you.
I said it fight.
Finnegan, he's got a right to raise you. This is a democracy. But you can re-raise him.
Oh, okay. And I raise, and I re-raise, and I raise, and I re-raise you again.
I double it.
Okay, I'll drop out.
You'll drop out. Why?
I ain't got enough dough.
Wait a minute. I might back you if you got what I think you got.
Don't worry, Arch. I got him.
You got him, huh? That's good enough for me. Mr. Coburn, we raise you 2.
4.
8.
16.
32.
64.
Give me a pencil. 97. What do you got?
10, Jack, Queen, King, Ace.
A straight? That's all? Finnegan.
Yeah.
Show your cards.
Yeah, all right.
Let's see. 10, 4, 2, 7. Jack. Finnegan, where's the 4 of a kind?
There they are, 4 spades.
Well, gentlemen, I thank you very much. Good night.
Good night, Mr. Coburn. Hey, wait just a second. I think this ace belongs to you. It just fell out of your cup.
Oh, did it? Well, you may keep it. I've got 1,000,000 of them.
Mister, we're sure of it. If you'll just try Benex Brushless Shave Cream for a few days, we're sure you'll use Benex for life.
Yes, Benex. B-E-N-E-X. Gives you the best shaves you've ever had. For Benex gives you 3 big extras.
First, Benex Brushless gives extra easy shaves, thanks to a special beard softening formula.
Second, Benex Brushless is extra smooth, lighter. So different it rinses off your razor instantly.
Third, Benex Brushless gives you extra comfort. A special after-shaving action leaves your face feeling wonderful.
Just try Benex. See for yourself. That's Benex, B-E-N-E-X. Benex Brushless Shave at your nearest drug counter. Get Benex tomorrow.
Hello? Oh, hello, Duffy. No, we decided not to hire Coburn. Well, we found out his memory was a little better than his character. Well, next week, Chester Morris is coming down. We'll try him. Oh, I don't know, maybe trap shooting or something. Okay. Good night, Duffy. Good night, everybody.
The time matters for Duffy Tavern this evening, but let's meet here again at the same time next Wednesday when our guest will be Chester Morris. Duffy's Tavern is brought to you by Ipana Toothpaste for the smile of beauty and Vitalis for well-groomed hair. Each Wednesday, Bristol Myers brings you Duffy's Tavern and Mr. District Attorney, which follows immediately over most of these stations.
proceeding was transcribed. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Holding down a job and raising a family is no easy assignment. It's something a man with average intelligence can usually contend with. But this is the story of Chester A. Riley, whose nervous system around this time of the year begins to show signs of strain. It's just after dinner and we find Riley about to stretch out comfortably in his easy chair and relax.
Oh, gosh, you look worn out, Daddy.
Boy, am I tired. Lucky my underwear is starched or I'd cave in.
Oh, wait, Pop, don't sit down there.
Why not?
Well, I've got my model airplane there, and I can't move it.
Oh, okay. I'll sit in this chair.
Oh, don't sit there, Daddy. You might hit him.
Don't sit here. Don't sit there. I work all day to make my ends meet, and at night I can't even sit down. It's time you kids realize I'm entitled to a little respect around here.
Well, I'll move the knitting, Daddy.
Never get any rest if I hadn't married your mother. She's the only one around here that realizes how hard I work all day. And when I come home, I like to sit down and relax.
Daddy, don't sit down. I want you to fix the pilot light and stove.
I fixed that pilot light yesterday.
Well, it went out again. The kitchen's full of gas.
Impossible. I don't smell any gas.
Of course not. How do you expect to smell gas from way out here in the living room?
With my nose, distance don't mean a thing.
Stop making excuses. It'll only take a minute to fix it.
Well, I can't do it now, Peg. I've got other things to do.
What other things?
Well,
Daddy promised to get the chest with my summer clothes down from the attic.
That's right. I got to get Babs' chest down from the attic.
Let's do it now, Daddy.
I can't do it now. I got to fix the pilot light.
Well, come on and fix it then. Oh, and while you're in the kitchen, fix that screen, will you? The flies are coming in droves.
Stop worrying about the flies. If they do come in, the gas will knock them off.
You promised to do a little work around the house tonight.
Little work? Look what I've got to do. Fix the gas, fix the screen, bring down the trunk.
Empty the incinerator.
Empty the incinerator. Another town he heard from. All I do is work around here. I do more work at home for free than I do at the plant for pay.
Oh, stop it, Riley. You're working yourself up into a frenzy over nothing.
Well, do you blame me for being a nervous wretch? Other men, when they come home from the plant, it's a change, but not for me. At the plant, I got that mean foreman nagging me. And here I got...
You got what?
Okay, I'll fix the pilot light. Junior, go to the closet, get me my gas mask. But I'm warning you, Peg. My nerves can't take this much longer. A human being can only stand so much. And the same goes for me. Pass the salt, Riley. What? I said pass the salt. All right, stop hounding me. Riley, what's the matter with you? Oh, excuse me, Gillis. My nerves ain't been so good lately. Hey, you don't look so good. Sleep okay? No, I got insomnia. If I knock off 10 hours of sleep a night, I'm lucky. All day long while I'm working, I'm wide awake. That ain't like you, Riley. And I got no appetite. The minute I get through eating lunch, the very thought of dinner nauseates me. My nerves are all shot.
Yeah, it's a good thing you got a vacation starting next week. You've been working too hard.
Oh, it ain't just work, it's the family, too.
Yeah, I know what you mean, Riley. Now, I love my wife as well as the next man. But sometimes I wish she'd have married the next man.
Yeah, I know, Gillis.
Nag. Only this AM, she says, I need some more money, pooch face. That's her pet name for me when she's trying to get $3 or over. Under $3, she calls me Gillis. That's my maiden name.
They all use that sweet name gag.
Yeah, so I says, what do you mean you need more money? Where am I going to get it? I only got $2 to last me till payday. If I give it to you, what do you expect me to do, I says? You expect me to degrade myself by going to my good friend Riley and borrowing it from him?
Boy, you sure told her off.
Well, I did. Riley, Could you lend me $2 till payday? Well, I'd be only too happy, Gillis, but just this morning my wife says to me, "Oh, cuddle." Okay, Riley, skip it. It's tough being a family man. Riley, just between us, and don't let it go no further. Oh, no. Have you ever thought how nice it would be to be a bachelor? Oh, have I? Thinking about being a bachelor is one of the few pleasures I get out of married life. Just imagine if we'd have never gotten married. What a time we'd be having, huh? The two of us would be sharing a little bachelor apartment. Yeah, and every night when we come home from work, we'd take off our overalls and put on our tuxedos. Yeah. Then we'd mix us a couple of them Manhattan. Yeah, Manhattan. And then we'd get out the little red address book and phone up a couple of nifty numbers. Oh, no. I don't think I want like that. Riley, we're bachelors. Oh, we'll phone them up. Yes, sir. You think about Mr. Man. Eggs and empty what is. Oh, you are my honey. This marriage has two. First, there's a crack. And then there's, there must be fun to be a bachelor. We're finished. No, I don't think I can go to this. You see, my wife and kids. No, I don't think you're thinking of the family. I wouldn't even have to. Don't ask them, tell them. That's what I'm going to do. You are? Sure. But if you're scared, forget it. Who's scared? If I want to go, I'll go. Now you're talking. Let's put our feet down, huh? Let's show our wives who's boss. Yeah, we're through being kicked around. The time has come for action, Riley. You and me, we got to revolt. Revolt is the word, Gillis. For years, my family's been leading me around by the nose. And tonight they'll find out I got a nose of a different color.
Mother, is the evening paper here yet?
Oh, yes, but you better not touch it before your father reads it. You know how he rages if somebody messes up his paper.
Well, gosh, why is Pop so nervous lately?
Well, he's been working awful hard.
Thank goodness his vacation starts Monday. Where are we going, Mother?
Well, I was just wondering if maybe your father shouldn't go away by himself for a week.
But every year we go with him.
Well, I know, but I think he needs a rest from the family, too. It'll do his nerves a world of good.
I think you're right, Mother.
Yeah, it sounds like a good idea. But will Pop go for it?
Well, maybe we can talk him into it when he comes home. In here, dear.
Oh, you're all here. Good. Now listen, everybody. There's something I want to tell you about myself. I ain't like other men. I'm revolting.
Well, what do you care what other people say? We love you.
I'm talking about my vacation. I'm going away by myself for a week.
Why, that's fine, dear.
I don't want no arguments. My head's made up. I said I'm going by myself, and I'm going.
All right, go ahead.
Peg, you didn't hear me good. I said I'm going away by myself.
I heard you. I think it's a wonderful idea.
Well, so do I, Daddy.
When are you leaving, Pop?
Now, just a minute. I got something to say about this.
Riley, it was your idea.
You brought it up, Pop.
Trapped. I know it was my idea, but I'm quite willing to give it up if it'll make you unhappy.
Oh, we won't.
I know, but I mean, it may be very inconvenient with me away. There's lots of work around the house. So suppose you want the hot water heater fixed. Who'll do it?
Well, who usually does it?
Mom.
Yeah, but who holds the light for her? I do.
Now, stop thinking of silly excuses, Riley. You're going. We won't let you back out now.
Why, sure, you go, Pop.
Fine thing. My own family pushing me out of the house.
Now, here's what you do. You make a reservation at some nice boarding house.
No, nothing doing. No boarding house for me. This is going to be a real vacation. Gillis and me are going to take a little cabin up in Big Beaver Lake. Miles from civilization. We'll do our own cooking. We'll hunt fish.
Oh, Daddy, you won't like that.
What do you mean I won't like it?
Well, you never roughed it before.
Who never roughed it before? You're forgetting when I got married, I lived 6 months with my in-laws.
better get aboard.
Yeah, we don't want to miss this train, eh, Gillis? I should say that.
No, I never thought you and Jim could really go off by yourself. Neither did I, honeybee. Oh, Daddy, the train's starting.
Yeah, it's starting. Well, hurry up. Hey, get on the train.
Riley, you're going, not me.
Oh, yeah. Well, where's my bag?
In your hand, Riley.
Come on, lady. Hurry up. Well, kiss me goodbye, Babs. Goodbye, Junior. Goodbye, Peg. Oh, gee, Dumplin', you haven't kissed me like that in years.
That's honeybee you're kissing.
How do you like that, Riley? He kisses my wife and he don't have to. Goodbye, honeybee, sweetheart. Gillis, get on the train. I'm coming. Goodbye. Goodbye, Dumplin'. Goodbye, Ben.
Even if it's only $5.
Goodbye.
If you get homesick, come home.
Goodbye. Goodbye, kids. Goodbye, Dumplin'. Bye. Well, Gillis, we're off at last. We made it all right. Did you hear what Peg said about getting homesick? Yes. For the next week, we're going to be bachelors. That's right. So let's act like real bachelors, huh? For he's a jolly good fellow. For he's a jolly good fellow. For he's a jolly good fellow. Sure is beautiful in these woods, Gillis. Yeah, sure is. We didn't make no mistake coming up here. This is the life, all right. Yep, this is the life. Let's sit down and rest a minute, huh? Might as well. We got no place to go. But it's great up here. Oh, yeah. Greatest place in the world. Smell that air. Pure H2O. Yeah. It's a great spot, all right. Yeah. Gillis, you ain't homesick, are you? Me? Homesick? Are you kidding? You homesick? Oh, me? No. Well, what's there to be homesick about? This is only our first day up here. We still got 6 days, 18 hours, and 24 minutes before we go home. 23 minutes. I better fix my watch. Yeah, I'm like you, Riley. I ain't even thinking about home. Oh, sure, that's the way to be. What's so wonderful about home? We should think about it all the time. That's right. Why, if I was home now, what would I be doing? I'd probably be playing ping pong with my boy Egbert on the front porch. I'd probably be playing catch with Junior in the backyard. Or I'd be watering my little garden, watching if my petunias come up yet. If it was hot, I'd be laying out in the hammock under the walnut tree with a glass of lemonade in my hand. Babs would be swinging me. Junior'd be swishing off the flies. Peg would be reading me the baseball scores. Oh, that's the life, Gillis. Yeah, that's the life. But this life is better. Oh, yeah, this life is better. Hey, you know what, Gillis? Let's go down to the corner and shoot some pool. With who? Some chipmunks? Oh, yeah. I forgot we're here in this godforsaken place. Riley, you sure you ain't homesick? Me? Homesick? Well, to tell you the truth, I may never go back. Me neither. 6 days, 18 hours, and 21 minutes. Hey, Gillis, look at that. In a tree, a bird nest. It's got live birds in it. 3 of them. Yeah. It's a whole family. Look, that's the mama bird with 2 little kid birds. Just like Peg and Babs and Junior. They're waiting for the papa bird. Pretty soon, he'll come home with a wife. Just like me on payday. Gillis, I never realized that birds are human. Well, of course they're human. What do you think they are, animals? What's that? It's a frog. Look there, near that rock there.
Where?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I see two frogs. Yeah, it's a mama frog with little kid froglets. Just like my honeybee and egg bite.
Yeah. The frog is waiting for her mate to come home, just like the bird. Listen, she's calling to her mate. Oh, Gillis. It's just as if my peg is calling to me. And my honeybee's calling to me. Oh, Riley. Oh, Gillis.
The third day of Riley's and Gillis's vacation in a housekeeping cabin in the mountains. Both men are miserably homesick, but their pride is forcing them to stick the week out. However, they've been letting their misery out on each other, and the atmosphere in the little cabin is laden with tension.
Oh, it's you, Gillis. Yeah, it's me. Who'd you expect in this wilderness? Daniel Boone? Did you catch any fish? No, they wasn't biting today. Where's my fishing rod I let you use? How should I know? What do you mean, how should you know? A trout pulled it out of my hand and swam away with it. Swam away with my rod? Listen, Gillis. Don't quit beefing, I'll pay you for it. Is supper ready? You know, it's your turn to do the housework today. If that supper ain't...
It's ready.
What's there to eat? You'll eat what I give you. I don't smell nothing.
Lucky for you don't, because we're having canned sardines.
Sardines?
Yeah.
You gave me sardines for breakfast and lunch. What kind of a meal is that to give a man?
I didn't have anything else in the house.
Why not? Why didn't you go down to the village and buy some meat?
I didn't have time.
What do you got to do all day?
Oh, you've got your nerve asking me that. While you were out fishing, I just made the beds, washed the dishes, scrubbed the floors, and you got the nerve to come home and yell at me. Me with my housemaid's knee. Believe me, I'm sorry.
All right, Riley. Quit nagging. The man comes home after a hard day, and all you do is nag, nag, nag. It's bad enough I don't get no peace. I gotta eat sardines yet.
Oh, you think you can run the house any better?
I know I can.
Okay, then I'm through. Here's my apron. Gillis. What a stubborn mule. Okay, let him stay there in that miserable cold cabin. I'll stay out here in this nice warm swamp. Gee, I wish I was home. Tomorrow will be Sunday. Sunday, the day of rest. Our whole family together. Junior mowing the lawn, Babs washing the car, Peg beating the rugs, and me in bed resting. Gee, how I miss Peg. I ain't been so lonesome since our honeymoon, when I fell off the train and she went to Niagara Falls without me. Oh, what a vacation. I'm so lonely I could die.
Then it's a good thing I'm here.
Who's that?
It is I, Digby Odell, the friendly undertaker.
Oh, it's you, Tigger.
Greetings, Riley. You're looking fine. Very natural.
Well, what are you doing up here, Digger?
Oh, I'm staying at the village inn. I needed a holiday. Lately, I've been carrying too much on my shoulders.
I guess you work pretty hard all year.
Oh, yes, indeed. I'm busy as a gopher.
You mean beaver?
In our profession, it's gopher. I gather you're on a vacation, too?
Some vacation. I'm up here with Gillis. But it's no fun. We're always fighting.
Oh, it's so silly to fight with your fellow man. You know what I always say? Live and let live. Of course, in my profession, I'm considered a radical.
The reason we nag each other is because we're both so homesick. You wouldn't believe it, but the least little thing makes us homesick. Like yesterday when a frog croaked.
That would make me homesick, too. son Clay has a pity. So miserable wound to your dear family.
Oh, I'd like to, Digger, but that's right.
It doesn't. He was so proud to me. He thought, 10 years that man again.
Well, what happened?
I didn't talk. He was beneath me. Riley, take my... Go home.
You really think I ought to go, Digger?
Riley, when I say a man's got to go, he goes.
Yeah, I guess you're right, Digger. I'll leave right away. Oh, thanks for the advice.
Don't mention it. You know me. Always glad to friend a push in the right direction. Well, cheerio. I'd better be shoveling off.
Well, here we are, Gillis, back home. Yeah, they'll be surprised to see us. Yeah, I feel like such a fool coming home 4 days ahead of time.
So do I, but it's worth it not to be home.
Yeah, it sure is. Well, we might as well face the music.
Yep. See you later, Rank.
Okay. Peg, it's me. I'm home. Peg. Junior. Babs. Hey, where is everybody?
Honey, hey, wait. Honey, it's me. Who's me? I'm home, honey.
Hey, Gillis, there's nobody home.
Nobody at my place, neither.
Well, that's a fine thing. We come home unexpected and there's nobody here.
There's something funny here, Riley. My honeybee is always home at this hour. This is the time she always listens in on the party line.
Something funny about my house, too. The blinds are all down.
Hey, Riley, look, there's a note there in the milk bottle.
Let's see that. Maybe it says here where they are. Good. They went up to the cabin in Big Beaver Lake.
What?
Yeah, look. Don't leave any milk until further notice. I'm going up to Big Beaver Lake to join my husband.
My family must have went with her.
They're there and we're here.
We'll just have to wait here till they get back.
Gillis, there's something I don't understand. Here we are at home and I'm still homesick.
Me too? I'm miserable.
Gillis, this proves something. We ain't homesick for the home. We're homesick for what's in it.
You mean our wives and kids?
Yeah.
You know what this means, Riley? We like being married.
What a revolting development this is.
Hey, mister, are you Chester Riley?
Yeah, that's me.
Well, telegram, sign here.
Gillis, this must be from them.
Hurry, open it up.
Poor things must be miserable all alone without us up there. They must be suffering.
What's the matter? What does it say?
Arrived this morning, found you were gone, having a wonderful time. They like it up there. They're happy without us. We might as well face it, Gillis. This means only one thing. After 17 years of married life, the honeymoon is over.
Daddy, we're back.
Bob, we're home.
Daddy, where are you?
Hey, Junior Babsy. Hey, Junior Babsy, you're back. Take off your coat. Sit down. Stay a while. I mean, I'm so excited I don't know what I mean.
Did you miss us?
Did I miss you? Believe me, I learned something while you were gone.
What, dear?
I found out that there's nothing like having a wife and children. No father should be without them.
The Life of Riley is produced by Irving Brecker and is directed by Don Bernard. Music by Lou Kozloff. The script was written by Alan...
Granny's, Abner. I believe that's our ring.
I dog is Lum. I believe you're right.
I'll see. Hello, Jot 'em Down store. This is Lum and Abner.
And now, let's see what's going on down in Pine Ridge. Well, Lum and Abner are looking forward to an early starting date on the construction of their wonderful world apartments, since Squire Skimp informed them that his good friend, Gregory W. Dobbs, the building contractor, has offered to donate his services to the project. Their main worry now is to figure out some way of getting Cedric to move his 10th lemonade stand and pinball machine away from in front of the store. As we look in on the little community today, we find the old fellows in their jot-em-down store and library. Listen.
For goodness sakes, look at Cedric out there.
Huh?
What in the world has he got all that red and yellow paint on his face for?
Oh, he thinks he's an Indian now, Lum.
An Indian?
Oh, yeah. Full-blooded Indian, he says. He's been living in that tent out there in front of the store so long now that he's got himself to where he thinks he's a sure enough Indian.
For goodness sakes.
Of course, I believe Grandpap actually put the idea in his head.
Grandpap did?
Oh, yeah. He showed Cedric some pictures of Indians in that book that Gilbert the Boy Trapper we got over in the library.
I saw them pictures.
Well, Cedric looked at that thing to where now he thinks he has to do everything he's seen in the pictures. First thing he done was get him a bow and arrow from one of the little Bates young'uns. Trade him 3 free games on a pinball machine first.
Goodness, that's got to stop, Abner. That's all they are to it.
You know, a while ago, Cedric come in here wanting to get some seeds. Said he wanted to plant some Indian corn out there in front of the store.
Plant corn out there?
Right out there in front of the store he's going to put it in, he says.
Well, he ain't got no room out there to plant nothing.
I know it.
He's already got that little strip of ground so cluttered up with stuff about he can't hardly get in the store here.
No, and it's getting worse every day, too. You know how fat the widow Abernathy is. Well, she tried to get in here for about a half hour. Tried to get through them tent ropes and tent stakes and that clothesline that Cedric's got up to get in the store here. Finally, she had to give up and go back home and phone in her grocery order.
Now, wait a minute, that's our ring, Abner.
I know.
More likely some other customer couldn't get done.
Just about who it is, just about who it is.
Hello, Jot-em-Down Store and Library. Lum Edwards, manager of the Wonderful World Apartments. It's going to be Bill talking.
Running our business.
Oh, hello, Squire. Yeah, have you heard any more from, what's his name? Yeah, that's it, Gregory W.W. Dobbs.
Dogged, I wish I had a name like that.
He is.
Sounds important.
Tomorrow.
Call me
did he telephone you that? Well, good for him. Oh, yeah, we'll be ready to discuss the plans with him.
He can get in the store.
Fact is, Mouse has been drawing in all the changes I suggested, and you ought to have them done today. How's that, Squire? Well, we'll be looking for him tomorrow, then. Yeah, I don't know how to thank you for all you've did for us, Squire. Yes, it is now, and we'll repay you somehow or other. All right, Squire. Goodbye. Hey, did you hear that, Abner?
Is Mr. Dobbs coming here tomorrow?
Yes, sir. Right here to the Jot-em-Down Store.
Good for him.
Wants to discuss the plans for the Wonderful World Apartments with us.
Well...
Yeah, I better get a hold of Mousy right away and see how he's coming with them plans.
Yeah.
Let's see, what is his ring?
Short and a long and a short, I believe it is. What kind of looking feller is that Mr. Dobbs, Lum?
I don't know, but I found he's a big, important looking feller.
He is, huh?
Yeah, more than likely wears neckties and all such as that.
Well...
A short, a long, and a short, huh?
Yeah, I believe that's it. I ain't for sure.
Hello? Who is this, Gussie? Well, this is Lum Edwards, Gussie, and I'd like to talk with Mousy. Oh, you had? How long ago did he leave?
No.
Well, he ought to be here any minute, then. All right, Gussie, much obliged. Goodbye. Ma? Oh, goodbye. He's on his way now.
Well, good for him. Lum, reckon has he got a big black beard?
Who, Mousy?
No, I mean that Mr. Dobbs feller.
Oh, him. I don't know what he looks like. I ain't never saw him.
Well, I believe he's got a beard. Just sort of seemed like he ought to have with that name. Especially that WW part.
All I know about it is that he's got the biggest building contract there is in the country, and he's retard now.
Yeah, well, if he's retard, what does he want to take this job for long?
Well, it's just like Squire said. He thinks so much of this idea of the Wonderful World Apartments that he wants to do all he can to help.
He does, huh?
That's why he's willing to donate his services free for nothing. You can see what a good thing it is for the community.
Oh, yeah, well, it's a good thing, all right. I'll say that for it. Best idea we ever had in our lives. Giving every family in Pine Ridge a new modern apartment to live in free for the rest of their lives. That's a great idea.
Yeah, and then, too, Squire said this Dobbs fellow was sort of anxious to get back into the harness.
Yeah, well, he's more like how get back in the harness.
Now, you know how a feller is after he's been away from his work for a while.
Well, what's the matter? Can't he afford no horses?
Afford horses?
Yeah.
I reckon he can. He's rich. He can afford all the horses he wants. What?
Well, what does he want to get himself in the harness in for?
I never said he was going to harness himself up. I just said he wanted to get back in the harness. That's an expression.
Well, it's the same thing.
It ain't no such a thing. It just means he wants to get back to his work.
Well, the kind of work you do in harness, Lum, is horses' work. Now, which part of the work does he do? Does he pull that there plow thing that digs the cellars, or does he haul lumber?
Oh, for goodness sakes.
Doggies, he must be awful strong. Either that, or he hitches himself up with another horse, one.
Abner, he don't hitch himself up to no horse.
Well, does he do it by himself?
No, of course not.
Well, if he don't do it by himself and he don't hitch himself to a horse, well... Oh, just a minute here. Yeah, I see through your scheme, Lum Edwards.
Scheme?
Yes, sir, I see it.
What in the world are you talking about?
I ain't gonna do it. No, sir, I ain't gonna do it now.
You ain't gonna do what?
I ain't gonna let you get me in no harness with that Mr. Dobbs.
Oh, for goodness sake.
He thinks he's so strong, just let him pull his own plow, or whatever he calls that thing. You ain't gonna get me mixed up, Miss Long.
For goodness sakes, Abner, I don't know how you get such ideas in your head. In the first place, I never said... Wait a minute, there comes Mousy.
I don't care who's coming. I ain't gonna be no horse. I can tell you that right now, Lum Edwards.
Well, nobody said you had to be a horse.
I don't care if them wonderful world apartments never get built. I ain't gonna get no harness.
Abner, will you quit talking about harness and horses?
And I ain't gonna do it.
You get something in your head, and you take everything I say literary.
Well, I ain't gonna take my place at no wagon pulling it. I'll tell you that right now.
Here comes Mousy. Now, don't let him know what a idiot you are. Hello, Mousy. Come on in.
Oh, hello, Lum. Hello, Abner. Hello, Mousy. I ain't gonna do it now, Lum. I'll tell you.
I know it. Have you got the drawings all fixed up, Mousy?
Yes, sir, I have. I made all the changes that you suggested, Lum.
Well, good for you, Mousy. Mr. Gregory W.W. Dobbs, a big building contractor, is going to be here tomorrow, and he wants to look them all over.
He does? Well, gee, I just hope I didn't get them dirty when I fell down.
Fell down?
Yes, sir. I tripped over one of those tent stakes out there a while ago.
Oh, for goodness sake, somebody's always tripping over them.
Yes, sir. Well, this was almost dangerous. I almost fell in the fire.
In the fire?
Yes, sir.
What fire?
Oh, Cedric says that he's an Indian and he has to have a bonfire so that he can give smoke signals.
Oh, for goodness sake. Now, that's the second bonfire he's made out there.
Cedric isn't really an Indian, is he, Lum?
No, of course he ain't.
I didn't think he was.
Granny, we just got to get shut of him, and we got to do it before Mr. Dobbs gets here.
Yes, sir.
Imagine what he'd think if he walked up to the store and seen that mess out there in front. More likely turn right around and go back to the Empire State Building. Or if he did try to come in, more than likely trip over one of them tent stakes.
Yes, sir. It's awful hard to get in the store here.
That tent's got to come down. I don't know how to do it, though.
Well, why don't you just go out there and take it down, Lum?
We can't. It's on his property. Well, see, we sold Cedric that little strip of ground ourselves.
Yes, sir.
We just done it to help him get a library card when we first opened the Pine Ridge Library here. Had to be a property owner here in Pine Ridge to get one.
Yes, sir. Well, if you just did it for that reason, well, he should take it down. Can't you reason with Cedric?
Nobody can't reason with that boy. I did everything under the sun to get him to move, but he's bound and determined he's going to live right there till the wonderful world apartments is built. Stubbornest one human I ever seen.
Well, would you mind if I went out there and had a talk with him, Lum?
No, go ahead. I wish you would. Won't do you no good, though. I can tell you that before you even get started.
Well, I'd like to try anyway. I think I can get that tent down. I'll be right back, Lum.
Well, you'll have to talk Indian language to him, Mercy.
Yes, sir, I intend to.
Wait a minute. Where'd you put the drawings? Oh, never mind. I found them.
Say, Lum.
Let me see here. See if you got the scenes from the drawings right.
Lum, now listen to me. I want to get this thing settled, Lum.
Get what settled?
I ain't going to get no harness now, Lum. I'll unsolve partnerships before I'll do that.
For goodness sakes, Abner, how many times do I have to tell you that you ain't going to get no harness?
Honest?
Honest.
Cross your heart?
Cross my heart.
All right, dog it, I'm glad to know I talked you out of it. Why, I never would have lived that down.
You wouldn't?
No, sir, just as sure as the world Elizabeth would have came along and seen me in that harness pulling the plow, and all the rest of her life she'd accuse me of doing a woman's work.
Well, you don't need to worry about that no more. Wait a minute, here comes Mousy back already. About you never done no good.
Well, look there, old Lum. Cedric's putting out his bonfire. Look at there.
Yeah, but that ain't enough. Well, how'd you make out, Mousy?
Oh, just fine, Lum. The
tent will be down pretty soon now.
It will?
Yes, sir.
Are you sure about it?
Oh, yes, sir. You just wait a few minutes. It'll be down all right.
Goodness, Mousy, you must be a genius.
Why, sure, yeah.
You must have put up some awful good arguments with him.
Must have.
You might have the makings of a lawyer, Mousy, if you can do a thing like this. What in the world did you say to Cedric, anyway?
Why, I just told him that he had his bonfire in the wrong place to give Indian smoke signals. He shouldn't have it right outside his tent that way.
Well, where did you tell him to put it then?
Inside his tent.
Andy, you know what that music's saying?
Yes, sir, Amos. That music say good health to all from Rexall, the stores with the orange and blue sign.
Yes, 10,000 independent Rexall druggists at the stores with the orange and blue sign bring you the Amos and Andy Show, transcribed, written by Joe Connolly and Bob Mosier, featuring Ernestine Wade, Johnny Lee, Amanda Randolph, Roy Glenn, Will Wright, Hal March, Jeff Alexander's music, yours truly, Harlow Wilcox, and starring radio's all-time favorites, Freeman Gosden and Charles Correll. Amos and Andy!
How do you do, ladies and gentlemen? I'm Charles Correll. You know, we have our share of winter colds in the Correll family, and one remedy we always have on hand is Anapac. Anapac seems to give relief at any stage of a cold, no matter when you start taking it. And the people at Rexall tell me that that's because it combines antihistamine with APC compound. So why not give this wonderful Rexall product a try in your family? It's spelled A-N-A-P-A-C, Anapac. And you'll find it at Rexall drugstores everywhere.
Well, the Kingfish's brother-in-law, LeRoy, has been in California for the last 6 months. This suits the Kingfish fine. But Sapphire and her mother have been worried about not hearing from the baby of the family. But today, a letter arrived in New York from LeRoy.
Oh, George, LeRoy says he's got just wonderful accommodations in California.
Yeah, where did you put him this time, San Quentin or Alcatraz?
George Stevens, what are you talking about? My son LeRoy ain't never been in no trouble in his whole life.
No trouble? How about that time that he was the trainer at Jamaica Racetrack, and they got him for stimulating the horses? They did, too. They got suspicious that he was putting something in the feed when one of the horses run a half a mile in 35 seconds flat.
Well, George, that ain't so fast. Lots of horses does it.
Not while they're dragging the starting gate, they don't.
Say, Mama, why don't you show George the picture postcard LeRoy enclosed for him?
Oh, Goofy remembered me, huh? Picture postcard. Let me see here. Yeah, pretty picture. It says, pictured here is the world-famous Forest Lawn Cemetery.
Well, there's a message on the other side, George.
Yeah, dear George, this is a wonderful spot. Wish you was here. What
Wish you was here.
Take it easy there, Mama. I ain't heard nothing screeching like that since down at the zoo when the porcupine crawled into the kangaroo's pouch. What else did the California cornball have to say?
Well, George, LeRoy is doing very well out there, and he wants us to ship out his car.
Ship out his car?
Yes, the car you stored for him 6 months ago in the shed behind Bay Lodge.
Oh, yeah. That car. That's the one he wants us to send him, huh?
Wait a minute. That car's still down there in the shed, ain't it?
Oh, yeah, Mama. It's still down there.
Well, you go down there and make arrangements to have it shipped to California.
Yeah, I'll do that right away, yeah.
telling me to ship LeRoy's car to California. If I'd have had any courage, I would have told them two that I'd done wrecked that thing 3 months ago. Boy, this being a coward, though, sure saves a lot of bloodshed. What is this again, Andy? You say the Kingfish is in a jam about his brother-in-law's car?
Yeah, Amos. LeRoy done left it in the Lodge Hall shed up on block 6 months ago.
Yeah?
So one day me and the Kingfish decided to drive it around the block and keep the battery charged.
Yeah.
Well, the next thing we know, it was 3 months later, and there was 20,000 miles on the speedometer.
Well, how did the car get wrecked? Are you talking about wrecking it?
Well, you see, the Kingfish didn't give the car no service, and the brakes was in bad shape, and the tires was smooth, and we was out riding one day, and the pavements was kind of wet, and the Kingfish wasn't being too careful.
This car of LeRoy's drive pretty good, don't it?
Well, you better start slowing down, Kingfish. I see the light done turned red up ahead there.
Yeah, well, I still got a couple of 100 feet from the corner there. No use to be in a hurry. All right, now I'll put on the brakes and ease the thing to a stop. There.
Kingfish, watch out for that cement truck.
What cement truck?
That one.
We were sitting, was we sitting here in the back seat when we put on the brakes?
No, and look here, Kingfish. The spout done come off of the truck and it's pouring cement under the hood. You think that's going to hurt the motor?
Well, I don't think so, Andy. That's the motor laying over there in the gutter with the front wheel.
That's right. Hey, Kingfish, look. The truck driver's getting out. Uh-oh, look at him. He sure is a big fella.
Yeah, he's coming over here too, Andy.
All right, Buster. What's the big idea? Let me see your license.
Yeah, sir. There you is. There you is right there.
Uh-huh. It says on here, must wear glasses while driving. Well, why aren't you wearing them?
Is that what they say on there? Well, I tell you, Muslim, my eyes are so bad I never could read what they done stamped on that thing.
Yeah, you can't do nothing to him, mister. This man is blind as a bat.
Yeah, Muslim. You got nothing on me. I got bad eyes, and you can't fight nature, I tell you that.
I just want your name and address so I can send the report into my company. You didn't damage my truck any. You ran into me, so we're not liable.
What do you mean you ain't liable? You can't.
Shut up, shrimp.
Yeah, sir. Thank you, sir. Well, then, don't just sit there. Climb up through that hole in the roof, and we'll see if we can get this bus home. We'll call the wrecking company, and we'll have them sweep this thing up later. Well, there certainly was a mess, all right, Andy.
Oh, yeah. Well, the wrecking company towed the car back to the lodge hall and dumped it in the shed.
Yeah, and now LeRoy wants the Kingfish to ship the car to him. He don't know about it being busted.
That's right.
Yeah, the Kingfish certainly is in a spot, all right, ain't he?
Well, no, it ain't so bad. You see, he found LeRoy's insurance policy, so the Kingfish is going down to the insurance company and put in a claim for collision. He figures he'll get enough money to fix up the car.
Yeah, well, I guess he could. Well, here's the Kingfish now.
Well, hi, Kingfish.
Well, hello there, boy.
What's the matter, Kingfish?
Yeah, you look like you had some bad news.
Yeah.
Well, I did. When LeRoy put his car up on the blocks, why, he kept his fire and theft insurance, but he canceled the collision.
Holy mackerel. That puts you in a spot. Sapphire and Mama's bound to find out. What you gonna do?
I don't know, but if I was a Japanese, right now would be the time to get out my sword and commit bury. That's what I'm doing.
Good evening. This is your Rexall family druggist, one of the 10,000 independent druggists who have made the word Rexall part of our own store names. We've done that because we recommend and sell Rexall drug products. The throat lozenges, called lozothricin, are a good example. These lozenges are especially effective because they combine the pain relief of aspirin with the antibiotic action of tyrothricin. That's why Lozathricin provides both relief and protection in cases of irritated throat. I might add that these lozenges have a very pleasant cherry menthol flavor. So remember to get Lozathricin. That's Lozothricin. Lozathricin at Rexall drug stores everywhere.
Yes, that's the whole story, Calhoun. I done wrecked LeRoy's car. Now, there ain't no insurance on it. And now I suppose to ship it to him in California.
Yeah, Algonquin, what do you think of this mess?
Well, Kingfish, it sounds to me like you done committed another case of self-inflicted barbecue.
Self-inflicted barbecue?
Yeah. You done cooked your own goose.
Yeah, I know that, Calhoun, but is there any way that I can get out of this mess?
Well, I'm just thinking here, Kingfish. Suppose you were to take out a collision policy now and rearrange the date of the accident.
Yeah, I think I see what you mean there. You mean take out the policy and then report the accident like it just happened.
Yeah.
Yeah, but Calhoun, you showed us in on the dishonest side.
Oh, no. You just doing what they does with a delayed broadcast on the radio.
What you mean, Calhoun?
You was only bringing them the accident at a more convenient time.
That's all I can do, I guess.
Yeah, that's about all. Well, I gotta be running along, boys.
Yeah, where you going, Calhoun?
I'm going to visit my cousin Murgatroyd.
Oh, Murgatroyd, the bebop hipster, huh? Is he in town?
Oh, yeah. You know, last Sunday he told me he wanted to go over and visit New Jersey. So I told him to take the new drawbridge.
Oh, yeah, the new drawbridge.
Yeah, old Murgatroyd got in his car and started across the bridge. You see, he didn't see that the thing was open and drove right off the bridge into 80 feet of water.
Mackerel, what happened?
Well, they done fished him out and give him artificial respiration. You know, the poor boy almost drowned.
Oh, sure, that was really something.
It sure was. So I went to see him, I did, and I said to him, I said, Murgatroyd, how you like the new bridge? And he said, man, that's going to be real crazy when they get it finished.
Well, then, here's the insurance company. Now we go in and we take out the policy on LeRoy's car.
Yeah, that was a smart thing we done, too. Having that old wreck towed over and parked right in front of the insurance company's office here.
Oh, yeah, and ought to make the thing look real legitimate here. Let's get on in here.
How do you do? May I help you?
Yes, sir. I'd like to get a collision policy on a 1946 coupe.
I see. Well, we have several excellent policies. Here's one that covers collision, upset, contact with a moving vehicle or stationary object, damage resulting from...
Will it cover us if we get hit with a cement truck while we're waiting for a red light?
Of course. And it also covers all risks involving...
We'll take it.
Yeah.
Fine. But don't you want to read the policy?
Oh, no, thank you, sir, no. As long as it got the cement truck clause in there. Tell you what, mister, just give me a pen and I'll put my John Hamhock on the thing there.
Very well. Here you are.
Yeah.
Now, if you'll put down your address, we'll bill you for the premium.
Yeah, so I'll write it right down here now, yeah.
I got the blotter right here, Kingfish.
You know, I don't believe we've ever sold a policy this quickly before.
Yeah, tell me this, mister. When does this policy go into effect?
Why, it's in effect as of now.
Now? Yeah, well, thank you very much, mister. Thank you. And we'll see you again sometime.
Yeah, so long, mister. So long.
Well, you got the policy all right in. That was easy.
It sure was. What do we do now, Kingfish?
Well, we just wait a few seconds out here in the hall, ain't it? We don't want to be too obvious, you see.
No.
Okay, let's go. Come on.
Yes, can I help you?
Yes, sir. I'd like to report an accident.
Just a minute. You're the two men who were just in here and took out a policy.
That's right. And while we was in here signing up for the thing, why, the car was completely demolished out front.
Yes, sir. That's right. According to the eyewitnesses, it must have happened while the ink was drying on the signature. You say this accident happened in front of the building just now?
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir. You can go look for yourself. Look at it. It's the car with the lump of concrete where the motor ought to be.
You see. Well, this is most unusual.
Yeah.
If you'll sit down there a minute, I think I'll have one of our attorneys speak to you.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you. Yeah, see there, Ender? We're really getting action here, boy. Yeah, you're going to get a lawyer to speed up paying us the claim, you see.
Oh, yeah. This is a good company, all right. That's a nice-looking policy they give us, too.
Yeah, look at it there with all the official curlicues, the big seal with the blue ribbon on it there.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, give you a lot of confidence in the company, you know.
Yeah, and look at all that big printing there. Yeah, what do it say?
Let me see, company assumes all liability. Claims promptly paid, cash or certified check. Well, it sure is a free and easy company, ain't it, boy?
Oh, yeah. What did the small print say there?
Small print, yeah. I done left my bifiscal glasses at home here. Let me see, I think I can squint the meaning out of it, yeah. Let's see, here with penalties for defrauding. $5,000 fine and 6 years in the penitentiary.
What does that mean?
Well, that means if the company tries to defraud us, we can throw them in jail for 6 years.
This is great, you know. Keep squinting there. That's right.
In case of misrepresentation or fraud, the insurer can take criminal action against the insuree.
Uh-oh. Something tells me this company ain't as free and easy as we thought they were.
And the key to the whole thing is right here. Is we the insurer or the insuree?
Well, I don't know if we is the insurer or the insuree. But I think we're going to end up sitting in the jail. What you think we ought to do, Kingfish?
Well, and as the boy said on the burning deck, I think it is time to go in search of cooler surroundings. Come on. Yes, sweetheart, it's your husband.
Did you arrange to ship LeRoy's car to California yet?
No, I ain't yet, honey. I ain't got around to it yet.
I knew you wouldn't. Well, you can just forget about it.
I can?
Yes. Me and Mama will go down to the lodge hall tomorrow and ship the car out ourselves.
Well, now, wait a minute, Wait a minute. Now, don't you go down there. You can't do that.
Now, look, George Stevens, I'm warning you. If anything done happened to LeRoy's car, me and Mama is going to hold you personally responsible. Now, I'm going in and help Mama with the dinner.
Oh, me. Wait till they find out what happened. Talk about having to deal with monsters. There's 2 fire-eating dragons that would make St. George turn in his membership card in the Knighthood Union.
Friends, this is Harlow Wilcox with a conversation I overheard between a fat man and his wife. The man was saying something like this. When I tell you I'm a busy man, I can't take time to count calories.
But, honey, you don't have to count calories with the Delafield reducing plan for men. The menus give you the right amounts of the right food.
No, but I like to eat between meals.
Oh, well, I know. And that's exactly where the Delafield appetite-reducing wafers come in.
Appetite reducers, eh? Well, now, that's not a bad idea.
And you should see the big, inspiring book you get. It shows how to lose weight easily and surely until you're the irresistible, young-looking man I married.
Well, that was the conversation, friends. If any part of it applies to you, and if your doctor says your excess weight is not organically caused, why not try the famous Delafield Reducing Plan for Men? Sold exclusively at Rexall drugstores, the stores with the orange and blue sign.
Where's we going, Kingfish? You got a way to get out of this mess.
Andy, look here. We go into a used car dealer and buy a second-hand car, the exact year, model, and color that LeRoy had.
Oh, I see. Then when Sapphire and her mama sees it, they won't know what happened to the other one.
Yeah, Andy, you catching on.
Yeah, but wait a minute here, Kingfish. You ain't got no money or nothing. How you gonna buy a car?
Look, Andy, I see this ad in the newspaper. Look at this thing here. Read the thing.
Yeah, let's see. Generous Jerry, the trading fool. No down payment, 3 years to pay, no extras, make your own deal, nothing down, nothing later. Oh, yeah. You know something? I seen that Generous Jerry on television.
Yeah?
Yeah, he's got that late hour movie show.
Mm-hmm.
Last week he was showing Rudolph Valentino in The Son of the Sheep.
Yeah, that's the boy, isn't it?
Oh, he's really a salesman, too. You know, he had so many commercials in that picture, it took Valentino 8 hours to get the gal into his tent.
That's the fellow right there.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, here's his lot right here. Here's Generous Jerry's lot, boy.
Oh, yeah, look at there. He's sure got a lot of cars, ain't he?
Yeah, there's the same make and model car and the same paint job, look at there, as LeRoy's car.
Yes, sir, sure is.
Yeah, and I don't see no price on it. It's got a sign on there say, no offer refused. Come on, let's get in the office here and talk to Generous Jerry himself.
Yeah, okay, come on.
There's nobody in here.
Well, how do you do?
Excuse me, we didn't see you crouched behind the door there.
Is you the trading fool?
Yeah, that's me. Generous Jerry.
Well, now, Mr. Jerry, we like that 1946 coupe outside there.
Yeah, the one that say no offer refused.
Yeah, so that's the one. How much, Mr. Jerry, for that car?
Oh, we don't set prices around here. You're doing business with a trading fool. The customer makes his own deal.
Yeah, well, that's pretty good. Well, now, I'll make it, huh? Let me see. What would you say to $500?
Well, I paid $800 for it, but I got no willpower. It's a deal.
Fine. Now, what about the monthly payment?
Anything you say, my friend. You're the boss.
Yeah, well, now, let me see. I think I could afford $25 a month.
Well, that's fine with me. Now, how long do you want to take to pay it back?
Kingfish, I think you ought to take at least 24 months.
Oh, don't be silly. Why rush yourself? Instead of $25 a month for 24 months, why don't you spread it out?
Spread it out?
Why, sure. Make it easy on yourself. Pay me $25 a month for 36 months. How's that, friend?
Oh, boy, that sounds wonderful. You know, you sure is a nice fella.
Yeah, I suppose you want to know something about my credit rating?
Not at all. Your face is your credit. Here are the keys. Just drive it home.
Yeah, sir. Well, thank you very much, sir.
Oh, yes, sir. We'll go get the car. Excuse me for protruding, Mr. Generous Jerry, but the door is locked here.
Oh, yes, so it is. Yeah. Well, I tell you what, before I unlock it, I wonder if I could have your name. Just formality, you know.
Well, I'll be glad to give him a name.
Fine. Just sign it on the bottom of this little old 3-page contract here.
Right here?
Yeah, that's it.
Is that you?
Mm-hmm. That's right.
Now, would you mind unlocking the door there, Mr. Trading Fool?
Just a minute. There are one or two other little formalities to take care of.
Oh, dear?
Yeah. And while we're in the signing mood, I wonder if you'd put your name on a few of these papers here.
Yeah, I guess I could. I got a pen right here in my hand.
Right. There you are.
So what is that?
A chattel mortgage on your furniture.
What's this next one?
A lien on your life insurance. An attachment on your bank account. A garnishee on all future salary. And in case of legal action, this waiver of all rights as an American citizen. There you are. Now, I know you're going to have a lot of pleasure out of your automobile. Drop by and see us any time. Just make sure it isn't later than the 6th of the month.
Well, there she is, Andy. We got the car from Generous Jerry in the shed here. Looks pretty good sitting there, too, don't it, boy?
Oh, yeah. And with us dumping Leroy's old wreck out in the woods, Sapphire and Mama will never know what happened.
Oh, yeah, Andy. I sure got myself out of a spot, didn't I?
Sure did.
Now when I get home tonight, I can face them with a clear conscience, you know.
Oh, yeah, you got yourself out of a mess, all right. Say, it's early. Let's go over and shoot a couple of games of pool before lunch.
Oh, swell, Andy. Then maybe you can come up to my place for supper later in the day.
No, I'm going to go home and watch television. You know, Generous Jerry going to show the Sheik again tonight. See, he throws a lot of commercials in there, but sooner or later, something's going to happen in that tent.
Oh, yeah. Well, it's 7:15. I was a little late for supper. Well, I guess I better get on in the house here. Sapphire, dear, I was home.
George Stevens, come in here. Me and Mama wants to speak to you.
Wait a minute, what's up?
Where you been all day? We've been trying to get hold of you.
Well, I've been around. Did you ship Leroy's car off to California?
Now, look, George, you don't have to pretend no longer. Me and Mama done found out you wrecked Leroy's car.
Yes, George. Amos come by and told us how you demolished it 2 months ago.
Amos?
Yes. We was awful mad at first, but he talked a long while and finally persuaded us to forgive you.
Yes, this time we're going to do what Amos made us promise to do. This time we're going to forgive and forget.
Well, now, wait a minute, Sheriff. I don't care what that stool pigeon Amos said. The car down in that shed, there ain't no wreck.
Oh, now, George, don't try to pretend. The wrecked car is out of our minds and out of our lives.
What do you mean?
Well, this afternoon, me and Mama phoned a junk dealer to go down to the shed and make us an offer on the car.
A junk dealer?
Yes, and junk must be worth more than we thought. He just give us $75 for that car.
Oh, no.
Friends, this is Harlow Wilcox again with a reminder about Rexall's time-tested cough syrup, Cherasote. This popular ruby red cough syrup has no fewer than 12 active ingredients. Yes, 12 ingredients in Cherasote combine to give you quick and effective relief from the tickling throat and miserable coughing sessions caused by colds. Cherasote not only soothes irritated throat with anesthetic action, but actually helps loosen coughs due to colds. And remember, this guaranteed Rexall cough syrup contains no narcotics. You can depend on Cherasote. It's spelled Cherasote, Cherasote cough syrup. Available at Rexall drugstores everywhere. The stores with the orange and blue sign.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, rely on your Rexall family druggist. And when you visit him, would you be kind enough to say that Amos and Andy sent you? Thank you and good night.
See you next Sunday.
For the one woman in 10 with sensitive skin,
there's Caranome, the beauty aids that are hypoallergenic, carefully compounded of fine, pure, mild ingredients, safe for most sensitive skins.
There's a safe, pure Caranome beauty aid for every possible need.
Created especially for the one woman in 10 with sensitive skin.
And sold at Rexall drugstores everywhere. Be sure to be with us at this same time next Sunday when your Rexall druggist will again present the Amos and Andy Show, transcribed and directed by Cliff Howell. Stay tuned for the Bing Crosby program, which follows immediately over most of these same stations.
This is the CBS Radio Network.
Another cup of Maxwell House coffee, George?
Sure, pour me a cup, Gracie.
You know, Maxwell House is always good to the last drop.
That drop's good, too.
Yes, it's Maxwell House Coffee Time, transcribed in Hollywood and starring George Burns and Gracie Allen. With our special guest tonight, Bill Hopalong Cassidy Boyd. Yours truly, Toby Reed, Verna Felton, Harry Lubin, the Maxwell House Orchestra, and Bill Goodwin.
For America's Thursday night comedy enjoyment, it's George and Gracie. And for America's everyday coffee-drinking enjoyment, it's Maxwell House. Always good to the last drop.
Well, just about every radio performer in the country is wondering how television will affect his career. Of course, the good-looking ones have nothing to fear. So the star of our program isn't worried. But her husband is. Plenty.
Now, George, stop worrying. You'll be great on television.
What do they want with me? Be hundreds of new faces on television. Young, handsome faces.
Well, sure, there'll be a dime a dozen. But there'll only be one face like yours.
Is that good?
Well, of course it's good.
Oh, thanks. I was nervous for a minute.
Faces are like books, George. The new ones sell for a couple of dollars. But what do people go crazy over and pay thousands for? An old, wrinkled, yellow parchment.
Well, that's a nice TL.
Oh, darling, I didn't mean your face looked like that. I only mean it's precious, like a rare old book. It's interesting. When people see it, they'll say, where did he get it? How long has he had it? What's he going to do with it?
Okay, forget it. I think I'll leave television to the 18 and 19-year-olds.
Oh, well, no, George, we can't handle it alone. We need someone like you.
With a face like an old book.
Oh, now, darling, stop that. Now, tell me, who's the biggest sensation on television today? Hopalong Cassidy.
So what?
So that book wasn't printed yesterday either.
You can't compare me with Hopalong Cassidy. That guy is terrific. He's practically a stuntman.
He's no shorter than you are.
I mean, he's in wonderful condition. He's the hottest thing on television.
Well, he sure is. Would it be wonderful if you... Hey, George, I've just hatched an idea.
Well, leave it in the nest. I don't want to hear it.
But it's wonderful. You can become the biggest star on television if you act and talk like a cowboy.
How?
No, not Indian talk, a cowboy.
How do I become a big star?
Well, now look, suppose Hopalong Cassidy were to retire. They'd need a cowboy to take his place.
Me?
Well, certainly. You can learn to be a cowboy overnight.
How?
They're not an Indian, a cowboy.
Listen, Gracie, in the first place, why should Hopalong Cassidy retire?
Oh, that's the law of show business, George. Those old-timers have to step aside and give you youngsters a chance.
Cassidy is older than me?
Well, he must be. He's been making pictures with beautiful girls for 15 years, and he's never kissed one yet. Why, in 15 years, you've kissed me at least... Oh, he's not much older than you.
About a year. Let's forget this whole silly idea. Cassidy is not going to retire.
Well, if you cooperate and try to be a cowboy instead of an Indian, maybe I can persuade him to retire.
How?
You won't cooperate.
I want to be an Indian.
But, George, they say on television, you've got to have action, and those cowboy pictures have plenty.
Look, the only kind of action I can give them is dancing. Like the dancing act I did in vaudeville with Trixie Lorraine. Remember Trixie?
No, I'll say I remember her. I thought you were going to marry that girl.
So did she. Good old Trixie. Not a bad-looking girl. What a figure.
course, she wasn't as pretty as you.
It didn't fit that time, did it?
No, it didn't. You know, Trixie lives out here now.
She does.
Got a ranch up near Bakersfield. Raises horses.
Her children look like her, huh?
You shouldn't call Trixie a horse. She was a good dancer. That might be an idea for television. Trixie and I can revive our old act.
Oh, you could, eh? Well, I'll see you later, dear. Huh. So we'd like to team up with Trixie for television. Well, not if I can help it. I've got to talk to Hopalong Cassidy. Maybe he'll retire in favor of Mopalong Burns. I guess the best way to appeal to a cowboy like Cassidy is talk his own language, that Western lingo.
Yes?
Howdy, partner. Do you the coyote folks call Hopalong Cassidy?
That's what they call me, ma'am. Won't you come in, ma'am?
Well, don't mind if I do, partner. I'm plumb tuckered. Been riding all day.
What do you ride, a cow pony?
Yep, half cow and half pony. Every couple of miles I had to jump off and milk her.
Well, that'll tucker you all right.
Well, I thought I'd never get here from Texas.
Did you ride clean from Texas?
Nope, got a little dusty around. My name's Gracie. Gracie the Kid. Born and raised in Texas.
Oh, I'm from the Lone Star State myself.
Oh, that's nice, but it ain't as nice as Texas. Well, you ought to see my ranch down there.
Maybe I'm familiar with it. What brand do you put on your calves?
Well, I ain't particular, as long as they're nylon. You know, nice and sheer.
Yes.
But enough about me. I come to talk about you. You know, us folks down in Texas been watching you on television.
Well, that's fine. How do you like me?
We ain't happy, Hoppy.
I'm sorry to hear that. Back east, folks have been calling me the Cowboy Milton Berle.
They don't like you there either, huh? Well, maybe you ought to retire, Hoppy, and let a real for sure cowboy take over your job.
Got anybody in mind?
My husband, Saddleface Burns. Oh, what a man.
Is your husband a wrangler?
Yeah, he'll argue over anything. He's a mighty tough Homburg.
I meant, does he break horses?
No, sir. 30 years a cowboy and never dropped a horse. Put that in your Bronco and smoke it.
Can Saddleface handle a shooting iron?
Can he handle a shooting iron? Huh? What's a shooting iron?
That's a gun.
Oh, yes, he's great with a gun. Carries one in his holstering. You'd be scared to meet him.
Yes, ma'am, I'd be cowed.
Maybe you better get out of town while the getting's good, huh? You can always go back to your family, Ma and Pa Cassidy.
Oh, I'm afraid I can't do that, ma'am. You see, I'm not really a Cassidy.
No?
No, I'm a Boyd.
You're what?
A Boyd.
Well, spread your wings and fly back to Brooklyn.
No, I mean my name is Boyd. Bill Boyd, not Cassidy. Just like your name is Gracie Allen. And you're not from Texas.
Well, now, how did you find that out?
You didn't have me fooled, Gracie. Now, suppose you tell me what this is all about.
Well, look, now, I'm desperate, Mr. Boyd. I've just got to get my husband on television. Some way, anyway. Can't you help me?
Well, how about wrestling?
Oh, please. I'm a married woman. Couldn't you put him in one of your Hopalong Cassidy pictures?
Well, that depends on his background.
Well, he was in vaudeville for years.
Well, for my pictures, I'm afraid he needs experience with horses.
Oh. Well, that's what he did in vaudeville. An act with a trick horse.
A trick horse, huh? Say, I could use something like that in my new picture. Can your husband ride bareback?
Yeah, but he looks better with a shirt on. Oh, gee, I hope you can use them. If you don't, I'm afraid he'll get mixed up with another woman.
Oh, don't worry. I'm sure no other woman can get him as mixed up as you can.
Oh, you're sweet. Well, I'll have to be running along now. I'm late for my club meeting. Goodbye, Hopalong, or as you cowboys say, bon voyage.
Happy landing to you, ma'am.
Yes? Say, aren't you Hopalong Cassidy?
That's right. And I recognize you, too.
You do?
Sure, I'd know you anywhere. You're Saddleface.
Saddleface?
By golly, you've even got the bags.
Saddleface?
Well, that's what your wife called you. She came to see me about putting you on television.
Oh, I was afraid of that. Did she make me for a cowboy?
Well, at first she did, but I got wise to that. Then she told me about an act you used to do in vaudeville. That'd be great on television. Lots of action.
Yeah, that must be the act I did with Trixie.
Yeah, I reckon so. According to your wife, Trixie's quite a horse.
Well, Gracie would say that. But the last time I saw Trixie, she looked beautiful.
What color is she?
What color? She's white.
Solid white?
Yeah.
Well, aren't there any markings on her hide?
No, as far as I know, she's the same color all over. Would you like to hear about our act?
Yes, I would.
Well, when the curtain went up, we were opposite sides of the stage. Trixie did a few high kicks, and then she ran over to me, see?
Then I suppose you jumped up on her back.
No, that was our exit.
Oh.
For the main part of our act, we just danced.
You taught Trixie how to dance?
Sure. And for an encore, we did a tap dance on roller skates.
Oh, man, this is the doggonedest act I ever heard of. I've just got to have that in my new picture.
Well, I'd much rather if you do something with Gracie and myself, or even me alone.
No, sir. I want you and Trixie. Can you locate her?
Well, she's on a ranch in Bakersfield, but I'm not sure she'll come down here. She's happy up there raising horses.
Listen, George. If she'll come down here, I'll see that she meets the best-looking horses in Hollywood. Get her here by tomorrow.
Okay. I'll send her a telegram to Bakersfield tonight.
You know, it wouldn't surprise me if you said that Trixie could read it herself.
She can.
Wowie! Wait till Roy Rogers sees this.
Saddleface?
That's Sigmund Romberg's musical salute to Maytime. Maytime, month of joyous spring mornings, when all the world seems brighter. And you know every day seems brighter, more cheerful when you start it off right with a fragrant, heartwarming cup of truly good coffee. Delicious Maxwell House coffee. It's America's favorite, you know, enjoyed by more people than any other brand of coffee at any price. And do you know why so many people prefer Maxwell House? Well, in a word, flavor. That famous good-to-the-last-drop flavor only Maxwell House gives you. Now, there's just one way to create this superb flavor. It's the blending of many choice coffees, premium Latin American coffees, which our Maxwell House experts carefully choose and skillfully combine. First, they select Manizales coffees for mellowness. They add Medellins for richness. Other choice coffees contribute robust vigor. And Bucaramangas add their fine, full body. This perfectly balanced Maxwell House blend is then radiant roasted to flavor perfection and brought to you vacuum-packed in the familiar blue Maxwell House tin.
And ladies, vacuum packing is important. You see, air steals the flavor of coffee in ordinary packages. But Maxwell House is carefully vacuum packed, so you get all the flavor and goodness you pay for.
Friends, why be satisfied with anything but the best in coffee drinking pleasure? Tomorrow, enjoy Maxwell House. Always good to the last drop. Well, Hopalong Cassidy has engaged George and his old dancing partner, Trixie Lorraine, to do their act in his new picture, under the impression that Trixie is a horse. It is now the following morning.
Gracie, I had a visit from Hopalong Cassidy last evening. I'm going to be in his new picture.
How wonderful.
He wants me to do my old dance act with Trixie Lorraine.
Oh, no, George. I don't want you dancing with Trixie.
Why not?
Well, she's always carried a torch for you. And your dancing legs are just the matchsticks that can light it again.
No, Gracie.
She'll be a goner the minute you take her in your arms and press her to your manly stomach.
Well, stop worrying.
Well, there's something about you that tugs at a woman's heartstrings. Other men tugged at mine a little, but when you came along, what a jerk.
Gracie, listen to me. You started all this yourself. You wanted me on television in a Hopalong Cassidy picture.
Well, to ride a horse, steer a bulldog, do anything, but don't dance with Trixie.
Well, it's too late to do anything about it. She's flying down from Bakersfield this morning.
Well, I hope she falls off a broomstick.
Where are you going?
Go out. I'll see you later. Bill, I came to see you because you can help me.
How?
Now, don't you start that Indian talk.
No, Gracie, how can I help you?
Oh, well, I know it's asking a lot, but would you pick up a strange girl and flirt with her for my sake?
Gracie, I'm shocked. Asking me to pick up a strange girl. Do you realize what a thing like that could lead to?
Yes, Bill.
Ooh, me too. Where'll I find her?
Well, at the airport. She's flying in from Bakersfield. Her name is Trixie Lorraine, and I want you to keep her away from our house.
Okay, Gracie. Give me a description.
Well, you've got to find her somehow. She wants to steal George.
Oh, well, now it's easy. I'll just grab the babe wearing the straitjacket.
Now, get out to the airport, huh?
Okay. See, it's almost noon. Wonder what's holding Trixie.
Hope it's Bill.
What?
Nothing. I'll answer it, dear. Hello?
Hi, Gracie. I'm in a phone booth at the airport. Say, is Trixie a blonde about 18 years old?
Oh, no, much older.
Oh, I see. It's not you, honey. You'll have to get off my lap.
You're both in a phone booth?
It's okay. We're not smoking. Well, I'll keep trying. So long, Gracie.
Who was that?
Who was what?
Who was that talking on the phone?
That was me. My goodness, George, you need classes.
I meant who...
Oh, excuse me, dear. I'll see who's at the door.
Howdy, ma'am.
Well, hello, Mr. Cassidy.
If your husband's here, I'd like to talk to him a little more about his act with Trixie.
My husband? Oh, why, no, he's not here. He's gone to Australia.
Australia?
Yes, on a hunting trip. He's gone to shoot a few Aussies.
Oh.
I'll be glad to give him a message for you. He said he'd call me from Australia about noon.
Gracie!
Well, right on schedule.
Your husband's got a mighty powerful voice.
Who was that at the door? Oh, hello, Hoppy.
Hello, saddle-face.
Just call me Sam Newman. Hoppy, I've been thinking about our act for your picture. How would you like me to dress?
Well, it's a story about the gold rush days.
Then I should have on a real old-time suit.
Yeah, just leave on the one you're wearing.
I'll have it pressed first.
Has Trixie arrived yet?
No, but I'm expecting her any minute.
If you haven't found a place for her to stay, she can sleep in my barn.
In your barn?
Yeah, that's just the place for her.
Nothing doing. She'll stay at the Plaza Hotel.
They'll take her?
Certainly. Trixie is very attractive. Of course, she's not as young as she used to be.
Oh, that doesn't matter. Who's going to look at her teeth?
Her teeth?
Yeah, maybe she won't even bring them along. Well, excuse me, there's the phone in the den. Hello?
Hello, Gracie. This is Bill again. Listen, I'm back in the phone booth at the airport.
Oh, did you find Trixie?
Well, is she a gorgeous brunette about 19?
No.
Is she a luscious redhead about 20?
No.
Okay, kids, hop off.
Bill, I told you Trixie is older than that. Stop picking up those young girls. You're wasting your time.
I'll keep looking.
No, wait, Bill. Bill, I've got a better idea. I'll put George on the phone and you pretend to be Trixie. Tell him you've decided not to come.
Okay, Gracie.
Oh, George.
Yes?
There's a beautiful woman calling you.
Thanks. Go in and talk to Hoppy.
All right, dear.
Hello?
Hello, Boopsy boy. This is Trixie, the pretty little girl you used to dance with.
Trixie, you sound like Bill Goodwin.
Oh, go on. I'm not that pretty. This is Trixie, all right.
It is, huh? Tell me, Trixie, how do you like Maxwell House coffee?
Oh, I love it. It's so rich, delicious, and mellow. Good to the last drop. America's favorite brand of coffee.
Trixie.
Maxwell House is a blend of choice Latin American coffees.
Trixie.
Radiant roasted to the very peak of flavor perfection.
Trixie.
And vacuum packed so that it comes to you roaster fresh.
Trixie. Oh. Trixie, how do you happen to know so much about Maxwell House coffee?
Well, I always listen on the radio to that handsome, curly-headed dreamboat, Dimples Goodwin.
I happen to know he has his hair waved at a beauty shop.
That's a lie. I do it at home. I mean, that's a lie.
He does it at home. I know. I knew it was you, Bill. I'm surprised you let Gracie talk you into this. Her little joke never works.
I know, George. Why don't you get a job?
Goodbye, summer replacement. Excuse me for leaving you, Hoppy. I thought that was Trixie on the telephone.
On the telephone?
Yeah, but I could tell it wasn't her voice.
You don't mean to tell me Trixie can talk?
Certainly. He also sings and plays the violin.
Man, am I going to get rid of my horse. That stupid animal can't do anything but run.
Can't compare your horse to a woman.
Hold on a minute. Isn't Trixie a mare?
No, she's never been in politics.
You thought Trixie was a horse?
Sure, a dancing horse.
Then we're not going to be in the picture.
Oh, I'm sorry it didn't work out, folks. And now you'll have to excuse me. I have to get over to the veterinary. My horse has got the colic, and the doc's going to give him a dose of paregoric.
Oh, well, just a moment, Mr. Cassidy. Dancing isn't all George can do. Let him sing in your picture. He can be the voice of the prairie. Show him, George.
All right. I'm heading for the last roundup. Gonna saddle old Plain for the last time and ride.
Oh, you prairie dog. Give him some more. Pull the trigger on the shotgun of your throat and blast your way into his picture with the bullets of melody.
Bullets of melody?
Open your mouth and get the lead out.
Where the strays are counted and branded, there go I. I'm heading with the last. Oh, you.
How about that, Hoppy?
All right, George, come along with me.
Really?
You're taking him with you?
Yes, ma'am. He can use a dose of that paregoric, too.
George and Gracie will return in just a moment.
Ladies, would you like to help cut down the terrible toll of home accidents? If so, join the housewives from coast to coast who are forming Don't Be a Gracie clubs. These club members pledge themselves to rid their own homes of the hazards which cause accidents. If you'd like to form a Don't Be a Gracie club in your community, write to Gracie Allen, Hollywood Plaza Hotel, Hollywood 28, California.
Join us again next Thursday when we'll all be back. George Burns, Gracie Allen, Bill Goodwin, Harry Lubin, and the Maxwell House Orchestra, and yours truly, Toby Reed. And now, here are our stars.
Gracie, you know who's going to be on this program next week?
Who?
That gorgeous actress who has such a terrific figure. People call her the body.
Oh, well, George, I'm on every week.
I was talking about Marie McDonald.
Oh, well, yes, she deserves that name. I shouldn't call myself the body. People think of me more as the brain.
Yes. Call me Saddleface. I'll see you next week. Good night, folks.
If you like good things the easy way.
Good things the easy way.
Instant Maxwell House, that's for you.
Good coffee that's easy too.
No time, no trouble.
No frowns, no fuss.
And it's good to the very last. You know what?
Yes, Instant Maxwell House means great coffee instantly in your cup. Here's real instant coffee. All pure Maxwell House coffee in instant form. Enjoy Instant Maxwell House. Instantly.
Good to the very last. You know what?
Until next Thursday, when our guest will be Marie McDonald, good night and good luck from the makers of Maxwell House, who remind you that this is National Restaurant Week. So why not dine out with the family? And remember, at home or in restaurants, Maxwell House coffee is always good to the last drop. The George Burns and Gracie Allen Show was transcribed in Hollywood and written by Paul Hemming and Keith Fowler.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.